pretty sure 50% of their games in like the last year would have been on Ancient. That's how popular a map it is. So even if Nine Pandas obviously have 2 new players, they'll be very easily able to slot in on Ancient and just play that map with plenty of reps on that individually, even if they don't necessarily have that as a team.
Yeah, I agree. Now, there's one little hot take I want to get through here before we hop into this one. You say Dust, your own opinions on it, you're not entirely too sure. I have my hot takes on it, saying it's one of the worst ones ever made.
Oh, I agree.
And it's inspired. Oh, hell yeah. It's inspired Ancient, which is just a slightly better version of it. But it's still so boring. It's like Dust 2 meets Dust 4 here, with Mirage as the third in between. I'm so upset with these videos here, unfortunately. First 2 games, it's just... First 2 maps, it's pretty much the same exact thing, but all you have to do is aim slightly higher on Ancient at times.
I agree on the Dust 2 point. I think that it's a map which is very one-dimensional, right? I think I can almost guarantee that we're going to expect to see the T-side default. If they don't have a long spawn, it'll be take lower tunnels, take mid control, take short, and then push and pull rotations between mid doors and short. That is literally what you see almost every single round of Dust 2, unless one of the players is suddenly having a life game where they just hit every single shot. That can happen on Dust 2, and that can take over games. But if that doesn't happen, then you're going to end up in that rinse-repeat. Ancient, I'd make the argument that that's got a little bit more versatility in terms of the tactics. On the T side, you've got the push and pull of map control between lane and mid. You want it to be focusing on cave control and the absolute barrage of utility that the CTs have to then consider, and that sort of push and pull in the mid round. I think Ancient has a lot more variety to it and opportunities where the CTs and the Ts can try out different things rather than just, the most optimum way is just to always do the exact same default like it is on Dust 2. And I think that's one of the reasons why Ancient is so popular, because it does share some similarities in Dust 2, and the fact that it's quite an open map. There's not too many positions of cover, but I think that the layout of it leans to varying the way you take map control, which points of map control that you take a lot more. And it's one of the reasons why I think it's a very good map, is because it has that great balance of having high versatility in terms of tactics, but also having high potential for fragging and sort of that puggy nature.
Yeah, I agree. I'll concede to the point as well. It does allow for more early fights, more control to be fought for as well than anything in terms of Dust 2 ever has given. So I'm very happy about that, but I'll get more to that, I'm sure, at some point. For now, I think we should be getting ready with our first map of the day. It's going to be decided today, and both finalists as well as a part of that deal. But nonetheless, for those who want to tune in for either one of the games, here's the schedule. We're going to be starting off with the first one almost immediately as soon as we are ready with the players on the server. I believe it should not be too long. But we've had one hell of a road until now. We've got Eyeballers representing the group stages, and a couple teams that tried to make it through but unable to. Gen 1, Kono, and Incilio all being taken down by the invited teams. All hopes of Swedish Counter-Strike, the group stage, it all is on Eyeballers right now to show what they can do. But Nine Pandas, I want to see what they can do as well, right? I feel like in terms of just individuals, pound for pound, I probably would favor Nine Pandas here. But I have a suspicious feeling about what Eyeballers bring to the table, because I've seen them delivering such good games in the past. I've seen the peaks of Heap. I've seen Poi delivering massive games as well. I think he dropped 50 against Donk, which kind of nasty.
Wow.
And thus, yeah. That was an official game, by the way, I think. Or it was. Might have not been against Donk, but I'm pretty sure nonetheless. You've got JW, who's brought consistency throughout the years. You've got Del and Dex, who so far seem like pretty good additions to this team as well, but in my eyes at least, will need a bit more time. So I want to see how that goes.
Yeah.
I really want to see what they bring right now, in terms of just as individuals, because I don't think the numbers do justice, but the stats so far from the way they've played certainly do.
Yeah, and we're about to be getting into it, and you're quite right. You mentioned there's certain away ranked around 38th on HLTV, 31 on the Valve rankings, whereas Eyeballers are outside the top 100 on both rankings. So they're looking to try and take a heavy name here, a big scalp coming in swinging into the playoffs here, into the semi-finals. And Eyeballers will start off Ancient on that T side. Is the names on the HUD? I think we do have 9 Pandas on the CT, the defensive side. Starting on this pistol round, 3 outside the big doors, 2 outside middle. It's a bit of a slower round here for Eyeballers, waiting for some CT aggression.
Very much a slow start. Seems like JW might be the man to try to sort some of this round out alongside Heap. If they get some sort of contact, whether or not positive or negative for them, might kind of tell us how this round will go. But hearing Shelfie run away, P250 picked up some utility to be deployed and now spotted, hunted down in mid. That opens up the avenue for players remain to walk on in. He decides to be taken. Boy spots the next man on long as well. And dual Berettas, better than a clock, run and gun, you can spam away at the CT side, locked out of the first pistol with Shelfie, the only man to remain.
Good fundamental counters right there, all 3 players just brawling out, taking the fight, and they will find the last of Shelfie there. A well-orchestrated pistol round from Eyeballers, considering they lost the opening pick in towards middle. That trap laid out towards the B doors, they sprung it, and the thing is there was very clear direction in that mid-round how they wanted to approach that B site. They all, rather than just spreading out, taking different fights at different places, one person trying to plant the bomb, they said, no, all of us take the same fight, all of us sprint towards long all together, making sure we maximize our trade potential and overwhelm, taking the fights on our terms. And there you go, they win the pistol round and puts them in a great spot as 9 Pandas now have to go down to that eco on just USPs. Going to be stacked up in towards middle. All 5 players up on the stairs. AW just with this MAC-10, this SMG, searching for info. A little bit of a scouting party, seeing what he can find. Rest of the players just sat, holding the extremities, waiting for any potential pushes. Which point, about to find out.
AW to farm, potentially. One spot that are close, couple more in mid. Though things do get dangerous very quickly. Yeah, there's nothing else the CT side can really do here. Boy hits a couple of headshots already. Oh, AK lost. Probably got to be recovered, I'd imagine. JW just makes the run for it. Well, Alva just looks to survive for a couple of seconds. Oh, not even survive. Remove this player back and spawn. Not allowed to. Once the casualty, MAC-10 upgraded to an AK. No real loss for Eyeballers in this one. Really, in terms of setting up the economy for the future as well to see. Good sign.
Yeah, it's a really good sign as well. The composed reaction that Eyeballers had, that especially Poi, as he saw all 5 players, rather than sitting and salivating, thinking, oh, look, I can get all these ecos, he just took a step back, fell back into a different angle where he could play with his teammate, and then they could establish a crossfire together. So he wasn't taking all those fights on his lonesome, so only 1 casualty. Pretty good there for Eyeballers. Here, round number 3, 9 Pandas can be coming into this one with full investment. Weak util with it being a 3rd round buy for the CT side. Especially on Ancient, a map where your util obviously gets thrown quite early. But speaking of early pick from Dilladez. Farming down on towards Dex, bit of a wall bang. Got him sleeping. Man advantage now. Oh, make it 2. What a quick flick there from Dilladez. Knows the lineups. Al's going to be finding another. JW dealt with suddenly just Poi in a 1 versus 4. I mean, 9 Pandas barely had to break a sweat to try and get this non-advantage. Literally just 2 wallbang kills.
That's easy. That's easy to get, really.
And normally on the first gun round on the CT side, after you lose the pistol, you have to work quite hard because you don't have as much utility. You likely don't have an AWP as well, so you're limited as to what options you have. Can't exactly play for time either with the lack of utility that you have. You don't have enough to delay to block, but yeah, they just get killed straight away. Point, not going to be able to find any more economic damage in the 1v4 clutch. 9 Pandas get their first round on the board, and it's a relatively clean one at that, allowing them to build some bang.
Quite the statement from 9 Pandas at the early part of the game. Not letting even that as well, the way that Eyeballers tried to go for the trades there, right? It's that second kill through the wall that kind of cements how the round is going to be played out. And so they were not going to be playing too aggressive. That was the only idea they had in mind for the early part, to see if they can chip away the damage. If something of the sort was going to be available, but not happening. This round as well, exact same result. Actually, even one better, no casualties for 9 pandas. And the early push and pull of this map, it seems like the CT side are going to be taking the lead for now. And I want to see the adaptations for eyeballers now, right? If Shelf last round, or Shelf lane, wasn't going to be challenged by 9 pandas, how about this time? And what eyeballers might want to do about it if they're going to be going for a change of pace more instead. And what else are their plans? Because that is one thing Ancient at least does offer. It does have the different options, different timings. And mid seems to be part of their plans. Paulie and JW are going to try to walk through the smoke here, but Shelfie goes and hunts the first man down. Second as well has been heard jumping back, while still more attention from Shelf is where Dex unfortunately finds himself the next man to be decapitated. Result on Shelfie. A very good deal in mid, 3 for the price of 1. Very much looking to lock in the round immediately.
Good hold on middle there from 9 pandas. Eyeballers struggle to trade out. Good flick from the heap. He's only good for 1. Alv just pivots around, finds the trade, and even gets the second. Good cleanup there from 9 pandas. Eyeballers struggling to even take mid control there at the start. It's not a good... yeah, they get the pistol round, they get the conversion, but the fashion, the first gun round, the second gun round as well, they barely contest the mid. It's not like 9 pandas were dumping utility, going for a full-on execution towards the bottom and middle. It's a case of they just had a crossfire established. The flashes weren't there to blind them, to break them apart. Eyeballers, fortunately for them, they have to be back on pistols. A couple upgraded deagles. Blue seeing what frags they can find, but it's not going to be that easy. And you got Alv posted up towards Temple, a free kill on towards Dell.
Pistols dealt with as they're supposed to in this case. Here's what you kind of see the idea as well, right, for 9 pandas right now. We're not starting off with anything too aggressive, nothing too crazy. This round as well, there's a flashbang, crowd swings. They're trying to keep it simple for the moment. And yet again, it will be paying off. 3 rounds, 1 casualty in all 3 combined is very, very good for 9 pandas. And the economy, it's representing all that. The gains they're getting from the early parts of the game now. Very much good. Or very good.
Yeah, I mean, look at Resort. Even after investing, Resort still has 5 digits. 11k on cash. And pandas have so much built up, it means that they'll be investing for the next few rounds, even if eyeballers are able to do a lot of damage. Or get some clean round victories. Tactical timeout being called. And eyeballers need to dig deep now, okay? They've already identified that just in their standard defaults, 9 pandas are winning the fight. They're contesting for map control. They're having the trades, they're having the crossfires, the setups. They're well established, and eyeballers struggling to break them. They need to fight a little bit harder. Perhaps come up with some sort of set piece. Try and brute force their way into one of the sites or into a bit of map control somewhere. At least force an opening. Give themselves a man advantage to play with.
If you do want to get toward the bomb side, you do have the A side on Ancient, which, all in all, probably one of the easiest ones to take in the entire game if you just have that utility. But equally as hard to hold if you don't have the post-plant positioning, which, very quickly, the CT side can decide to take over if they want to. But here, we don't even see the start of that. Instead, a change of pace, it is through mid, but one here should be second one as well. CT side, Result nearly doubles down, but Shalfie's help will do so. JW does clap back with a quick 1-tap. Round is kept doable, however, yet again, you're seeing 9 pandas still in control. Yet another round. He's trying to claw his way back into the round, any freebies he can find. The plan is simple. Find Alv. Although, He is actually not going through mid.
He's looking to group up with his teammate of JW. He's made his way out the A site with the bomb. Currently, it is clear. As I mentioned, the nearest threat is Alf. Acting towards Donut. He's in a nice, safe spot, playing towards an extremity of the site. They're very difficult to plant safely without being exposed to Donut.
He has a smoke. Throwing the CT.
Should give the game away, the information. JW in a forward position to try and cut off the rotates here.
There you go. Bomb can't be planted as well. 4 CT if they want to, but this is a mistake, perhaps. Alva push back. Molotov down. JW looks to cover the CT or to the Donut is the question, and taking the duel. One young Swede left on his own. Heap. 2 headshots to be delivered, but the first one already proves to be too much trouble. And again, bomb goes down at least now for Eyeballers, but yet another round picked up nonetheless by 9 Pandas.
Yeah, it was a
and
really
it's
nice
this miss setup here as well. Result does very damn well. Smoke fades just in time for Shalfie to trade. It's just scraps that Eyeballers are looking for.
Got to praise the composure from Alv there. As soon as the bomb gets planted, he identifies that he's, the steps he's made has denied the plant, but doesn't overcommit to the fight, just disengages, falls back, plays his life, waits for Dilladez to come in and get involved and secure that round. Again, and number 8, Eyeballers starting off this one. Another passive default working lane control. This time a little bit slower, not wanting to get picked off so early. We're going for a bit of a mid-pot, mid-split even, with a couple of players coming in towards Heaven. Uncontested right now, they identify that Pandas aren't playing for, but a reaction about to come in through the B doors, down the slope, but it's a trade 1 for 1. Deep, only good for 1. Gathers that information of 4 versus 4. T's going to be content with that. Al posted in towards the Donut. Quick flick on towards Del. Gives it a man advantage, and that frag is untraded. So now it's a man advantage for 9 Pandas.
Look at the focus over the CT side. Everyone focused on clearing out mid. B's been left wide open. Eyeballers completely take over the site, but this is still a fast retake for 9 Pandas, and they're going to be able to get their players in from behind. And seemingly en masse as well. It makes things a little awkward about first duel. Not a successful. Poi gets the drop, but no kill for it. And again, out of the clutch, needed a 2 versus 3, but this time bomb is already down, makes things slightly easier. Dex wants the information in CT, a little bit of noise being made through Cave. Alvin and Crowd, they start running. Resolve 15 HP, may not even be required at this point. JW, longer flank as well. All they have to do is get on that bomb, start sticking it, that should be the round as well, but now on at 5 seconds, the wall that needs to connect immediately, but that is not it. Target incorrect, bomb defused at 9 Pandas, get away with another. This success seemingly won't be stopping anytime soon.
Nice clean fundamentals. 9 Pandas choosing to try and play passive towards mid this time. I think the Eyeballers really trying to focus on trying to successfully take mid. Say, look, okay, well, this time we'll have it. You can have it, but we'll have a reaction in time when you start investing utility. We can push down the slope, catch a player off guard. They do exactly that. You opt from Alvin, a perfect spot to get them the map advantage, and all they have to do is trade out on the retake. But this round, a bit more aggression. Eyeballers try and change the pace. JW, desperation, sprinting straight in towards middle. Shut down by Resalt, but it's a bit of a ruse. The whole idea was to try and set up this B-site pop, but the flashes are simply just not good enough. Crad unblinded, Mo's down 3, but they forced their way through a smoke.
Yeah, second multi-frag, by the way, he's already had on the B-side now. Twice they've tried to pop through. Once, I think it was an eco, but nonetheless. It doesn't matter. He's still holding on to this B-side very well. You can see he's dodged most of the utility here as well, but... yeah, Eyeballers. Now, I think there's some signs to be worried about here. Right, their map pick, it's not going off to the start they would have hoped for. They're knowing or noticing that it themselves. Should have already seen it a while back as well. They tried to change things up, but nothing's working. So, what does that kind of leave you with? an economy that's right in the middle of it all, in purgatory pretty much. You can't fall by. It's just that a couple of thousand or a couple $100 away. What do you do? Right, a half buy here, try to rush toward that ace, get a bomb down to change out the pace here, force 9 pandas to play a different sort of game for the next up-and-coming rounds, potentially. Feels like a good choice, honestly. I really just like how much, or how easy the A-side is to take, right? With Ancient being played as a map where you rarely even have anyone on the site itself.
Difficulty is, I think that last round was supposed to be their change-up. Their defaults haven't been working, so they're like, okay, let's just go for a little bit of a misdirection and then an all-in play over towards B, but just got absolutely mowed down. This time, it is an all-in play in towards mid, with the Tech 9 trying to fight in towards mid, but again, the Eyeballers have barely been able to take mid successfully once, unless 9 Pandas have decided to let them. 9 Pandas don't want to let them hold mid, then 9 Eyeballers won't be able to take it. Simple. They have the heavy smokes in towards Red Room, in towards Donut, to try and block off the vision. Try and make it so there's not an easy place for the 9 Pandas players to stand, to hold. But the utility is good from 9 Pandas. I split up the spacing from Eyeballers. Blow open the Donut smoke, get a couple kills.
Yeah, it's also Resol who's been finding, I think, at least 2 kills every round that he's been playing around mid. Who's not made the position move by any means. It's him, it's the assistance he gets. It's Alv, as mentioned a couple of rounds back, playing a very, very smart Counter-Strike. Although for now, might take it down. Or not.
Hang on.
I thought JW was gonna walk through. Instead, he's walked around. Hello. Bye-bye. Shenanigans, but crowd watching making it difficult on JW. At least still takes down 1 here.
But look at the economy for 9 Pandas. It's so good that they didn't even pick up the AWP. Crowd walked over Alv's AWP. You've still got 3 players surviving, so it's still a profitable round. That play from JW, and normally you'd say, oh yeah, he's at least got 1 kill. Denied the AWP save. But 9 Pandas, I mean, they could have picked up the AWP. But their cash is so good, they've chosen not to, just so Crowd can keep an AK. This is how dire it is for Eyeballers right now. Just nothing is working for them. Everywhere they go, 9 Pandas have a stronger setup to counter them. There's a little bit of an opening attempt there, but Resort.
That was one of the best attempts as well. That was one of the different sort of rounds we could have seen. Right, again, we say Eyeballers, they're only allowed to take mid when 9 Pandas allow them to. How about a change where the CT side go to fight you instead? Because again, it ends up being the CT side on top, but only for a moment. Might now see the change. Late into the half, Heaps found an advantage for his team to work with Alv. Aggressive on B, might get caught between 2 angles, has to be careful and cautious of his timings and choose when to fight. More importantly, who to fight, because he tucking himself behind the box, a free headshot found. Eastside taken over, and Eyeballers. They could still make do. May not be great, may not be the sort of half we would have wanted to see or expected from them as well on this map, but you can make do with, let's say, 8-4. They get 8-4, get that pistol, the game is on. 9-3 as well, but you're not giving yourself much leeway. Right here as well. Chalfie. Right, he's just hunting them down. Either that or just takes that AK. In both cases, he's winning. His team has infinite money. If he just takes down to these weapons on that T side, they're going to be left with, you know, maybe a couple of flashbangs or HEs missing.
Good economic damage, right? The 9 Pandas said no matter what they can buy for the rest of the half, there's only 1 round left. So Chalfie might as well have given that an attempt, and worst case scenario, he gets some economic damage and makes this buy, this investment, weaker for Eyeballers. And see, they'll have to go down to a Galil. Or he might have to as well. I think he can afford an AK, but he would be lacking utility, so perhaps weighing up what he wants to prioritize, and there you go, goes for the Galil. The 2 players lacking AKs thanks to that economic damage done. Yeah, an aggressive play there for 9 Pandas, reacting or reactively taking mid. Doesn't pan out with Eyeballers in a good position. Spread out thin enough to not be caught by the trap. Again, it's passive for Eyeballers. 9 Pandas assertively taking mid control. Again, they're setting themselves up with a decent crossfire at the bottom of mid. They know that the economy isn't in the greatest spot for Eyeballers, and Worse now.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
It's falling apart.
Yeah. Dismantled. Shelfie just tucked in that corner. They said, look, let's just hold them at the choke points. It's exactly what they do. But Heap has found an opening. Found the headshot on towards Alv, and that's the B-bomb site open for business, but it's still a two-man advantage. All Dilladez has to do is hold the extremity.
Oh. Not like this. JW is known for having some fun with the game, but this time, all that fun has been shut down and denied. And, yeah, that's a very dominating first half. One in which there's no bad players on 9 Pandas. Dilladez, who ends the half at 7 or 8 kills here as well. It's not a bad half for him. He does his job. Does more than it. Krad as well. Alf. And Result. Everyone plays a fantastic game for the first half.
I mean, yeah, literally all of them have multi-kill potential. Wherever 9 Pandas, or wherever Eyeballers were going, if 9 Pandas didn't get an opening, they'd likely get 2.
A lot of issues, seemingly, for the side of Eyeball attempt toward that second half now. And I don't really know. I think it is just pistol or bust. I really look at it that way, and I don't think it's too crazy to imagine that
and
in the situation.
Even if they get the pistol, 9 Pandas could get the bomb plant and then still have an investment, still have a chance to shut down Eyeballers with a second round break. So,
see, good rotation.
Yeah, good information play. Have to still be locked out behind these smokes, so they drop towards long and short. Oh, there you go. JW finds the first, gives them a man advantage to work with. A potential retake. 9 Pandas will be rushing this bomb down.
I see the vision here. JW flashbang, 3 plays from long start to run in as well. Just waiting, hoping for Poi potentially as the smoke start to fade as well at the same time. Flashbang needs to be set up, but that's not happening. Not coming in time. Instead, it's 2 for Krad and third one as well to fall. The CT side of Eyeballers, their dreams, their hopes, taken away by brute force. JW running out of ammunition. Hello. Out of bullets. And Poi, not under the fuse, can't do anything about this one. No kits on the CT side, none to speak of. And at that point, I wonder, where was the flashbang? The smokes faded. Krad, however, was very quick with it. The CT side just didn't get a chance to go for their own plan either. So, yet another round that's well executed for 9 Pandas here. Good fights taken.
Like, where's this flash coming in? Like, 9 Pandas had plenty of time to disrupt them, take the fight on their terms, and they get in front of the flash, and Krad just domes them whilst they're sat there, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for that flashbang to come through. Perhaps they were waiting for the players in cave to get into position to support, but I just don't think that's worth it.
No, Poi alone, right, just makes more sense. His teammates get contact, he finds one at the back, but nonetheless, whatever the reason was, never came. Round taken by 9 Pandas and Krad. And dreams and hopes of any sort of game is on this force buy. Even which... Yeah, okay. Waving the white flag. 07, boys. Ancient. Looking to be packed up here. 9 Pandas. Whatever they will, they'll get it here, it seems.
Yeah, I think Poi and Del may even be tempted to say this is a second round force buy from them. Tempting a second round break, but it was very uninspired. Just taking solo fights across the board, and even regardless of the fact that they're 10-3 down on these kind of buys, on these SMG pistol Kevlar buys, you still want to be going for some sort of all-in play, some sort of gamble play as a team. Go for a fight and swarm somewhere with 2 or 3 players, but that was just solo. It was Heap going solo in towards cave, flashing himself in, then you had a solo reaction play down towards the ramp. It's just solo fights, which when you've got weaker weaponry, that's the last thing you want to be taking. Let 9 Pandas get their way up to an 11th, and Del, I mean, that's how dire it is, right? Del saving an MP9 in Kevlar.
Terrorists win.
Another force buy here from Eyeballers. 4 MP9s and a FAMAS. At least they have 1 rifle, but it's not exactly the best one.
No, it's
Dare I say, it's probably the worst rifle.
I'd say it's the worst gun in the game, but I'm just glad to have now seen someone who's actually based, hates Dust 2, hates the FAMAS. Hello. This is a rarity.
The FAMAS is probably the worst compared to its price. I think if they made it cheaper, it would have probably been worth it. Like, it was like 1,800.
Even if they paid me to use the FAMAS, I would not. I will use the P2000, and I don't like that weapon either.
It's such an awful gun to spray with.
It is. It changes every time. It is horrendous. Yeah, though, for the CT side, from something horrendous to something not so bad, back to nightmare in reality, okay. Yeah, this one might just well be over.
Time to call on the FAMAS. Let's see what it can do.
You get 2 kills with this, it's called a life round.
Actually, now 1 versus 4.
Yeah, he's hoping for anything. Shalfie, at least, will he be walking out? Will he be walking in? Hello, that's 1. Noise been made on ramp. He's looking to give them a fight. We'll tag them up a little bit more as well. That's Crad down to 33, but while he's running back, Reesel's taking a position instead. No life round for the FAMAS, and instead it's going to be 12-9 Pandas. And, yeah, this is a different sort of show than expected, I think.
This was... Eyeballers won the first pistol round and the following conversion. They were 2-0 up, so since then it's been 12-1.
Yep.
They've had nothing.
Well, literally nothing, yeah.
And the thing is, those fundamentals looked, dare I say, quite sound on the pistol round and the following anti-eco. It looked like they were composed, they played the percentages. But since then, it's a case of they've not been able to crack open a single point of map control in that first half. And here in the second half, 9 Pandas are just steamrolling, using that momentum and just winning every single fight. It looks almost like Eyeballers are giving up. They're playing so individually now. They've lost that percentage style of play that they had for those first 2 rounds. I mean, already, we're at 1 minute 26, and Dilladez is already in red room here. They've firmly, assertively taken mid control, and Shalfie is just tapping away. He's playing aimbots here. But to stop that B push, and suddenly the A-side defense collapses in the chaos, leaving JW with a scout and a flashbang. And dare I say, a dream.
A nightmare, I would say, but nonetheless, the map is over so quick, I don't think they're gonna remember too much of it. And I think that's a blessing as well. Getting turned toward the wall as well. And that's pretty much what 9 Pandas were looking like the entire first half and the second here. An unclaimable or unclimbable wall for Eyeballers in this case.
Yeah.
And if there's anything I think we can say is that surely it doesn't get worse on map 2.
I mean, normally you'd say, oh, this is disastrous because this is, you know, you've just lost your own map pick in a demolishing fashion where you only won 1 round outside of the pistol and the conversion. But it's Dust 2. I think anything can happen on Dust 2. As much as I want to say 9 Pandas will stomp again, I think it's likely that they will have a relatively one-sided game, but I don't think it'll be quite as one-sided as that. I think Dust 2 has the room for just an individual play to win a round, just for a couple openings to win a round, which I think Eyeballers will find it much easier on the next map coming up than they will on Ancient. Because that was demolition. 9 Pandas looked incredible there.
Yeah, they were not giving away anything in those rounds. The only round I think they gave anything away was the third and the only gun round that Eyeballers won. I think that was the play they tried to retake mid, and that was the only round. Since then, nothing, absolutely nothing, not even a chance. Every round was played with an advantage for the side of 9 Pandas, and Eyeballers, they were left behind, unable to do a single damn thing throughout this entire map. Right, even fights when they should have had the chances and opportunities in, not looking good. This one, so many times we saw Resol getting flashed into mid, waving in and out of the smoke to find an opening as well. I think 3 or 4 times he got robbed to way the T side from openings like this as well.
Yeah, look at those highlights. It's just
ridiculous.
Every single fight 9 Pandas were taking, they were winning. But we've got to see if Eyeballers can step it up if they want to try and keep their playoff run dream alive here. They'll be coming up
saying it doesn't get worse. Probably. If it does, good luck recovering from that mentally. But they're also heading into a map of Dust 2, right? It's kind of hard to say exactly how it goes. Same as I do agree with you in saying it is very 50-50. I find Dust 2 to be very much momentum-based, especially on that T side, right? If you force the CT side to save once, if you don't let them survive, you wreck their economy, it's just gonna be a cycle of ecoing, half-buying, or half-buying and buying on the CT side just to get these guns and rounds out of the way, and then if you just don't end up winning any of those rounds, it's gonna be suddenly 10-2 before you even know it, and you haven't even had a chance. Just because how the map is built, long rotations, economy as well in the gift. It can get really tough.
Yeah, I have to agree, right? It's very momentum-based, so with that being said, Eyeballers definitely need to get themselves off to a good start here. I mean, they managed to get themselves off to a decent start on Ancient by winning the pistol, winning the conversion, but it was as soon as the first gun round came in, the other Dead's got 2 wallbang kills, and that was it. It was suddenly, okay, the game's over. It was done. They were only able to win 1 more round following that. So it's, yeah, Eyeballers are definitely going to have to dig deep here, and we already discussed the Dust 2, either a bit of a coin flip or very momentum-based. I mean, you just look at the stats between these two teams. Nine Pandas has been able to play this map reliably in the last 3 months with a 92% win rate, which is very, very one-sided, and being able to do that on a reproduce your results on a map which we're describing as a bit of a coin flip is very impressive. That being said, they obviously do have 2 new additions, but those 2 new additions have seeming to slot in seamlessly in this roster, and we've already seen them slot in seamlessly on this map as well beforehand, earlier in the quarterfinals. So I think there's a massive steep mountain for Eyeballers to climb here.
Yeah, it is the entirety of that first map, and then headed more into this second one with more than what was... It's not just reliable, but it exceeds that by how now Nine Pandas have played this map. It's been spectacular, almost. I saw one where they had some issues in, I think, the last 3-4 months. I can't remember exactly when it was. There was some funny moments and shenanigans happening in that game, I think, against 9, the previous roster they still had, but there hasn't been a game where I've looked at Nine Pandas when I've seen them playing Dust 2, this roster or the previous one, where I've thought, okay, they're not gonna take these games, they're not gonna win these, because they have been just way too good, pretty much. And my question was, okay, what do Eyeballers really do? Because they have to stand up against the individuals to give us that show, to show us the way. Ancient, test failed, now backs against the wall, it gets even worse. You're headed against the, well, David versus Goliath matchup in this case, pretty much. With that map one still in the back as well to be thinking about. It doesn't get easier, ever.
I've just looked at something which makes it even more difficult. So, like we said, Nine Pandas 92% win rate in the last 3 months. The one map that they lost was overtime against G2 at the major, the RMR. Like, the one game they lost was overtime against one of the best teams in the world. Like, Eyeballers are gonna be shaking in their boots right now looking at these stats if they did. I mean, every single other game which I'm looking at has been incredibly one-sided for Nine Pandas on Dust 2. They do have the odd double digits game against some middling teams. Like, they had a game where it actually went into double overtime against TSM, but that one was literally 3 months ago. The rest of them are like 13-4s, 13-6s, even a 13-3 against Aurora. This is such a good map for Nine Pandas, and we've already established again, it's such an easy map to slot in 2 new additions of Crad and Alv. So, like, Eyeballers, I don't know what win conditions they can have beyond just winning the pistol, steamrolling with momentum. But if they slip for just one moment, if they let Nine Pandas in this game for 1 second, I fear this is going to be over. This is going to be curtains for Eyeballers.
I think they're also fearing the exact same thing, and now we're going to find out how the road looks heading forward. And I think as you add on top Alv and Opper, just 2 numbers he's putting up, it also adds even more layers of trouble here for Eyeballers to get past, but No longer theorizing, instead talking about it. Map number 1 or number 2 getting started here, and Alva already off to a headshot. Alva running up short. More flying, but nonetheless, fast. Side taken. No one is here on the CT side anymore. They're playing for the 5 on 4 retake with JW. Edging through a smoke, however, for the CT side. They've overlooked one man. His name is Shelfie, hiding in the smoke. They are going to be looking for him as well. With the Glock spamming down to the first one. There's a kit drop now off the CT side, causing issues with the time. Even more so with Shelfie. Buying time for Crad to join him. There's got to be 2 CT players still remaining. Now just one, Shelfie. Headshots coming out the wazoo, and there's one man remaining. Keep in mind, no kit. That's dropped on short. And no, he can't stick it that easily. Plenty of time to play with Andel. Walk on in. Welcomed by Krad's Glock. 9 pandas. Point 1 is on the board, and it takes them no time to do so.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, that was just a steamroll. And I think we already saw just the first opening there from Alv. It's one of the things which impressed me yesterday in the game against Gen 1 on this very map was... We always discussed Dust 2 being an AWPer's paradise. It's a map where AWPers can absolutely demolish their opponents on this map. But he was doing it with the rifle, entering on the T side. He was sprinting up short multiple times and this. Another one.
You want to know something insane? you know how people joke about in community, you go into matchmaking and it's Dust 2, you're playing against 5 Russians and such.
Yeah.
Alv has played this map 4 times in his career.
What? That's not much.
No, it makes sense considering it wasn't in the pool for a long time, but still before joining this team, HLTV recorded games only 4, in which ratings have been 1.57, impact 2.08, 103 ADR, 9.99 kills per round.
Oh, I feel sick.
Yeah, that's not great. Yeah.
And he's already got off to a good start, opening on the pistol round and a scout headshot wallbang kill to open up this one against the half investment with JW's hero scout. But that's just been dismantled. 1 single kill from Eyeballers, and that's on the deagle. But again, this was pretty much an eco. It was just a hero scout in the hands of JW. And I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up another one. Yeah, there we go. Another scout to supplement the rifles, the M4s. Going to this one. This is a map where, again, as we mentioned, the snipers excel on this one. So, while yes, a scout is a heavily disadvantaged weapon compared to an M4, it can be versatile. It can be very effective on Dust 2 if used correctly, as we already saw from Al's opening with one in the previous round.
Yeah. If that's a prelude of what's to come here, I'm looking forward to seeing what they look like in just a couple of months as well. Just the evolution of 9 pandas from this first map I've seen of them now to this, the start of here. Alv being, I'd say, pretty exciting so far. Playing very smart Counter-Strike. Shalfie calling still very well here. Putting up pretty good numbers by himself as well, just by calling. It is very hard to look at this 9 pandas and spot these weaknesses. Similar to the last roster, yep. The only thing you could really point at was numbers Iris Balance had, but even still, danger now even more so. JW on the scout, however, will find one. Finally, we start to look at the CT side's action as well. Dilettes tagged down and not back, not yet. Chased down, however, the Galil still good for 1. Have control, though, forfeited on toward that A side as 1 and 2. The tag duo of Alv and Result running up. With Heap left in a 1-on-3, and he swings, he falls, nothing to it. 9 pandas, 3-0. And what did we say about T-side, Dust 2, momentum, and CT economy?
Yeah, we said it was almost necessary, vital for Eyeballers to be able to have that momentum themselves, but very much in the hands of 9 pandas right now. They've just stormed their way up towards that A site, brawled their way through middle, winning every single fight that comes their way, and that was the first gun round. Eyeballers broken, back down to pistols again, and already a tag on towards Dell. Alvin hot form today.
I don't think that was even through the door. I think that was just pure reaction of him just hitting a leg shot straight up. Looks very close nonetheless, so very quick, but nonetheless. A side taken over yet again. and same results. Oh, he's enjoying this. One more to go. Confidence. Easy.
I mean, there was even the extra layer that was actually a flashbang.
A little dad.
Doors for him. Like,
he's vibing. Yeah, he's vibing right now.
Yesterday, he was doing some funny things with the webcam. He was he managed to get a 2v5 ace on this very map, and he then just immediately looked at the camera after defusing the bomb and flexed both of his arms.
He's a funny guy. I had a chance to interview him after one of the games they played, and there were some rounds that looked real bad, but he had a very good way to talk about the game himself as well, saying there was a lot of it on him. Some of these rounds, some of the situations, though you look at it from like numbers wise and from the observer's eyes, I don't think that was all on him, but he's taken a lot of responsibility, and I think he delivers just as much. So in terms of any player to look at from this team or this region, I think Result has to be one of them for any top tier team as well. A very funny guy, delivers really good gameplay, and from what I've had to see, good personality as well to match.
Gonna have to dig deep on this one though. 9Pandas working with a man disadvantage. Started off this one taking long control. Buildup thought he could find the timing after taking long control to walk out B tunnel, try and catch the B defender. Their guard down, but instead fell victim to Del. 9Pandas, they fall back off of long, and now they start to assemble their way towards Catwalk, towards short, with long control in their hands. If they're able to take Catwalk, it will really compromise this A-site defense, and that opening kill on towards Poi. Do a good job, but there we go. Dex.
Cheeky.
And Del, fighting up on towards the short, will shut down that prong outside of the approach, leaving Alv, who is posted up towards long earlier, try and just pin down this site. Touch scenario. Quick flick on towards Dex, but there's simply not enough time for him to go and recover this bomb on Catwalk. I'll have to sit and save this up.
Eyeball is on the board now. But even so, right, the second kill Alv finds will obviously help them massively in reducing that CT side of control of their economy as well. Because worst comes to worst, 9Pandas, they win this round, and CTs are left with pretty much nothing. The bottom of the barrel, potentially, but we'll see. Obviously, it depends how Eyeballs now will play this. We talked about the default on this map as well. It's pretty much 3 things you can do, and we've already seen most of them, except the B rush, pretty much. So, for what we get from 9Pandas here, it's just pretty much onto the timing, and if there's going to be a utility, right? A flashbang there could have helped out the assistance on short. But we're calling for a default. Taking control of tunnels, trying to spread towards mid. However, it's not worked out at all. He delivers the first. JW watching for suicide as well. And the 2 players on 9Pandas losing their lives, forcing them to play around their yet unfamiliar.
Yeah, 2 lovely opening kills. But Result, in the meantime, he wants to slink his way out towards long. Isolated a 1v1 fight towards Dex. Numbers starting to thin, but he holds strong. Finds Diladez lurking in towards the middle, so maintaining that 2-man advantage. Now 9Pandas being picked off one by one, leaving Result on his lonesome. Position no, bomb not in his control. Got a whole minute on the clock for him to either save or see what damage he can do.
I feel like he wants to go for this still. Right, you look at the money, Diladez maybe a bit less than the rest, but I would still say Result go for this just for the damage alone.
Yeah,
So,
I think getting
not up
that
to him.
economic damage would be really good if he was able to get it, but I think he is committed to the save, hoping that Eyeballers slip up.
Yep.
Perhaps
Reserved
get
himself
a
to...
frag or 2, but
Yeah, he hangs onto this weapon with that very little loss bonus. He can drop Diladez again and they'll be fine.
yeah.
So there's the other side of the coin. Though I wouldn't have been opposed to seeing a Mac-10 just being bought here, because why not? Or a Desert Eagle. Anything, and then just pick up a weapon from a comrade's body. But nonetheless, right, this is a good round for Eyeballers now. This opening here for JW and Heap is really damn good. Then a couple of overextensions by the T side. Kind of end and finish the round where it started. And here we go. To number 7. Eyeballers, they're not going to crumble at the first chance they get when it comes to getting these rounds on the board back-to-back. They're not going to immediately fall into the trap of economical peril. But it's not like they're out of the woodworks just yet either, because it doesn't get that much easier just by winning 1 round, or 2 in this case. And third, starts off playing a man down. JW removed.
The AWP fight won by Alv. Again, another opening from him. Putting 9 Pandas in an advantage situation. Now they have the control, the ability to push and pull the rotations as the CT side have to spread themselves thin. 1 less player to defend the same amount of ground. Now going to start to overload towards that A side, just deploying more util towards long to block to keep Lurk of Resort at bay. And Pandas slow things down. Maintaining the bottom of mid control, and they're actually going to try and fade this mid smoke, I think. Proactive play from Eyeball as a 2-man push in towards short. Apparently not actually being held. If they continue to push, they'll catch Alv. Not looking.
Yeah, they're going to have to as well. Have to start pushing. If not, it's going to be just Dell having to deliver masterclass on B. But Dell removed, at least Alv gets traded out here as well. But the man disadvantage on B side retakes on the CT side of Dust 2. You've seen this movie before, I think. It was called Jame Time 1, 2, and 3, and now it's called Jame Time 4. You do it every time on this map, and it's no surprise. The saga continues. If you've missed Dust 2, if you weren't here while it was previously in the active duty, or in the last, 6 months since it's been at the game again, you haven't missed much. There hasn't been any changes to it, really. Still the exact same it was. Except now, you can survive on B site like Shelfie's about to do. Actually, maybe not. I don't know about the bomb plant there, but nonetheless. No issues for 9 Pandas in this case.
It's a nice
just
idea
the timing.
from my borders.
Yeah,
the
this is the only thing that would have worked out was that timing push earlier.
Really well caught the time there from 9 Pandas, just collapsing on towards that B side. After getting the pick, well, that's the thing. They got the pick, but they also had the information on the rotations. They were listening out for any steps, any utility to see if Eyeballers reacted by rotating one of the 3 A players back over towards mid to fill the space that JW had left by falling. But they didn't hear anything, so like, oh, okay, in that case, there's only 1 player towards B. Let's just split him. Let's just take him down. That's exactly what they do, and as mentioned, there was just not enough time for Eyeballers to set up a retake before 9 Pandas could establish the post plan. But here on this round, JW does win the opening fight in towards mid in a full reposition after finding Crad. Will now post up towards short, finds Dilladez, sticks around looking for another fight. Alv shut him down. JW overstays his welcome. Fortunately for him, frag has been traded with Heap holding Shelfie in middle.
Oh my god.
Kicking, just a crouch peek. Instant headshot, gets out of dodge.
Yeah, crab walk with the legs seen. Alv still comes out on top. He's really shaping up to be something. 9 Pandas seem to have picked up a pretty damn good player for this roster. Result here, lost Dex dodging the flashbang, and it feels like this is the only thing waiting for him. It's such a wide open area, you never gotta be sure where Dex is gonna be playing from exactly, how wide he's gonna be. There's so many angles for that CT side to play from, and it's a 1 versus 1. Easy enough, and Eyeballers. Okay, now they're fighting back. Now they're already matching what they had on Ancient. And this is still potentially shaping up to be a decent CT half, right? You're not letting 9 Pandas run too many circles around you. It's just that start of the game. Now things are coming to a bit of a different sort of pacing here. You're putting that T side in the brink of economical disaster. Yeah, so Eyeballers have a chance. Although I still wouldn't say this is a fair shot for Eyeballers with how these rounds have been played out.
Yeah, there's still some dangerous weapons in the hands of the 9 Pandas. We've already seen Alv being deadly with the scout.
He's waiting.
Still looking to take this fight in. Oh. There you go. Scout headshot on towards JW, onto the rival Orpa.
It don't matter.
Kill. The reaction has to come through from Eyeball as a two-man reaction in towards short, but it plays into 9Panda's hands. So they maintain that man advantage after a 1-for-1 trade, and now Dex is kind of compromised on towards this site. Yes, he's got some support of Heap in towards CT. The flashes come through, takes a fight, but there's the trades that come through. That's all that's needed for 9Pandas. Resort over the top of this smoke. Will he see Heap's head? Will Heap manage to find the cover? That's actually beating himself. Oh, the shots fired away. Heap reveals his location before Del can get involved in the action.
Time for a clutch. Show us! Those individuals can match 9Pandas. But it's up against the big dog of results. There's one bullet to do the trick. Ever heard of a Frenchman named Cookley? Not necessary. Del tries to jump in at the fight instead. Result says no thank you. And it's as simple as, well, anything really. As ABC, as 1, 2, 3. The same amount of frags Result gets for the round as well. And this as well, man. It doesn't matter what weaponry there exists here. 9Pandas, they'll deliver every goddamn time.
I think so far these rounds have been almost entirely decided by the openings. If 9Pandas get the opening, they then just steamroll and then they just trade out. If Eyeballers get the opening, then 9Pandas just whittle away one by one.
Oh, that's
and there's an opening for 9Pandas. Dex unable to fall away, fully blinded towards long to get back into a safe spot on the site, but JW perfectly timed fire that shot. Boy holding strong towards the site. Man advantage for Eyeballers. Boy, he's actually doing a lot of damage on towards the side. Shelfie, a threat. He's a danger coming up towards short. The 2-on-2.
Good timing at least for Deletus and Shelfie both to try to push and put the pressure on Poi there. Getting activated at least in the game, but again, you're leaving it up to Del with Heap this time into 1 versus 2. 2 versus 2, that's the one. Sometimes numbers get confusing, but right now the only one that matters is who gets this one. 704, Heap gets up close. He knows one's gonna be here. Doesn't realize it's both. 1 and 2, easy. Overlook the CT boost for just a moment. A bit of noise made by Del. Both players' attention's turn. And a great retake for Eyeballers here.
Just as I said, these rounds are starting to be decided by the openings. 9Pandas.
Yeah.
Get a 5 versus 4, but Eyeballers fight back. A good hold. A very quick reaction from 9Pandas trying to capitalize on that opening on towards the A site, but an over-rotation from Eyeballers. The players were in place and the spacing wasn't quite there for 9Pandas to trade out effectively. See with that kill through the smoke. But 9Pandas back in an economic compromise here in the form of an eco. 3 Glocks, 2 Deagles on Dilides and Shelfie. Eyeballers granted a good opportunity here to try and tie the scoreline. 2 rounds left in the half.
Oh. I know we're talking a lot about Alv as well, but JW here is getting activated in a lot of these opening duels in very aggressive form, pretty much. Either he's the one to get the opening frag or be fragged upon. Definitely a difference and changemaker for his team at the moment. You account the years of career he's had, the map he's currently playing, and the consistency over time. You're looking at the key condition right now for Eyeballers to be active in this first half, potentially as well that second. But here's my thoughts. Now, I don't know if Dust 2 actually fits in into this equation of sorts, but every map, pretty much, you can have a T side carried by 1 man only. If, you know, it's going to a very extreme. CT half, it's very much difficult because you have to instead, in every position you play, have to deliver something of your own. You can't rely on 1 man to hold the entirety of the map. I don't know how Dust 2 fits into that, actually. With the CT side now being more dynamic with the boost as well in spawn, up to short, with an AWP being as active on this map as they want to be as well. I'm not sure how that fits, but if you have any ideas...
I think that AWP is a player who can just hard carry on that CT side for us too. Like, you're quite right on the T side of pretty much any map. If you're set up correctly, that one player, you can have one player who can just take over a game on the T side. Not so much on the CT side because, you know, you're spread out. You can isolate the weaknesses on the CT side. But on a map like Dust 2, the AWP has such free reign. It's such an open map, and the rotations for that AWP on the CT side, I think they do have that capability. We've already seen JW going for those openings, having so much impact, and I wouldn't say single-handedly winning these rounds for eyeballers, but he's single-handedly putting them in these advantage situations to then close out and win them with these opening picks in towards middle. This round, 9panda's going to be taking long control, but it's heavy rotation from eyeballers. They've got 4 players lying in wait. Trying to establish a little bit of a firing squad here.
Good utility. In terms of stopping as well, so many times 9panda has just been freely walking through toward the site. Not this time. Plenty of utility. Smokes and Molotovs thrown by both sides to make this cross more difficult. Alv still recovering for one, looking for the next one. Not from short. Plenty of tension. Same as well from CT, the boost coming up. Oh boy, fighting for his life. We're looking at Shelfie right now because everyone on this T side, HP's pretty much down to 1. Glass houses and such. Yeah, this is on Shelfie, but in being spotted, dealt with. We're ending the half with 6-6. A wonderful turnaround from what map 1 was, and we said it does not get worse, and if it does, pray for you, but we are seeing a good eyeballers now, right? It's slow changes and recovery throughout this half, and they get back into the game. They did exactly what we said they needed to do, was to stop that T-side from getting too much momentum, don't fall into the trap of saving every single round, and you've got a respectable CT half.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting the openings that were being a little bit disruptive, and also on those A-site defenses, they were really disrupting and causing 9pandas to spread themselves out to be thin and picking them off without being traded. There was a decent hold. We said 9pandas, I don't think they've had anywhere near as much venom as they did on Ancient. We'll see here now that 9pandas on the CT side. Now they're the ones who can set up an effective defense, whether they'll continue the form that they had on the CT side of Ancient. Again, for eyeballers, it's a similar D-side pistol round as they had on map number 1, where it's just a slow hold outside towards these extremities, waiting for the CT aggression to come through.
Very much the same sort of practice as was map 1. The D-side pistol eyeballers had, was waiting around for a little bit. Seeing what the CT side have to give before they decided to make their own final play. Thoughts very similar here. Smoked out towards B. They've got one man at top of mid that wants to guard for any rotations if they want to, or if they want to go back as well. And while utility does get committed toward that B side, exploration begins toward Shelfie and his position of underpass. And 3 headshots, 4. Try to line these up and he'll deliver 2 at least. Good enough. Advantage CTs.
He got so much information there, and the rest of the 9pandas could get themselves in position before he even pulled the trigger. Yeah, man advantage. Eyeballers' plans kind of scuppered and their util used up towards that B bomb site. There is still a possibility of them isolating some fights here as they've spread this 9pandas defense relatively thin. Alv next up on the plate here, defending up on the ramp, and a beautiful headshot. His teammate coming in to support, but Result overwhelmed by Dex. Alv still kicking on this site, about to be absolutely jumped upon. Down into the 2 versus 2 bomb planted for eyeballers. A good silver lining there at the very least. Now he stuck here towards long. Has to try and thin out this herd. Needs to pick off at least one player. The bomb's not planted for long. Yeah, he has to stick around for that fight. Crad will isolate him. 9pandas will secure a round victory here, putting themselves in the lead. But eyeballers, as mentioned, that little silver lining of getting that bomb plant. If they want to, they can go for a second round force buy here.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the biggest decisions eyeballs will have to make here. We already saw plenty, or a couple of times in the first half, 9pandas, they won a force buy round with the scouts, a couple of AKs and such. It's doable, very much so, but right now for eyeballers, in terms of the rest of the game having to be considered as well, not just the 2 rounds for the rest of the half. They decided to play more reserved. Waiting for their actual weapons before they want to make that full-on commitment, so we'll see what they can do with this. The Steagles. A headshot well placed, or two. No, there's some danger to this round. And rarely seen scoreline of 13-37 for Heap, by the way. Shout out back to the 2014 Elite MLG and such days. To anyone who actually remembers.
Anyone who's a gamer sort of 10 years ago.
Yeah, anyone who's born before the year, I don't know, 2003 or something. I don't know, exactly.
Production remembers. Production remembers.
We've got a bunch of old heads here.
Yeah.
Esports boomers, 2 feet in the grave, we're getting ready to go down. Retirement is calling.
Eyeballer's not ready to retire just yet, though. Despite being on a pistol round here, they're playing very slow, very timid, and what they've done effectively is burnt out all the utility from Nine Pandas. Grenades, which have to, at the very least, be reinvested, so they are putting a cap on the profits that Nine Pandas can get from this round. We'll just hold with Famas at range. A couple kills come through. Eyeballers just excruciatingly slow, splitting up one by one, and doing so. They're able to be picked off one by one, and there you go, a very clean round for Nine Pandas. While yes, Eyeballers do remove every single piece of utility off the board, they don't remove any of the weapons or any of the Kevlar, so not as costly as they perhaps would have hoped by playing such a slow round. Round number 15 is the first gun round.
Yeah, this is the one that will matter the most. In terms of setting up the rest of the game and the tempo from Eyeballers and what Nine Pandas want to give us on the CT side as well. Which we did see on Ancient. They were the ones every time controlling the map control Eyeballers were allowed to have. So, you know, you gotta be careful. Especially of openings like this. JW, you got that shot, what, 2-3 times the first half? Does it feel now to be the one to get a shot instead? I think you're safe jump spotting. Not showing us much skin, not this time.
Now we had that. Re-aim perfectly on place in target. Even had a second HE coming in from his teammate there, Shelfian. Ooh, missed smoke, that's gonna be nice for Eyeballers. Be really concerned, worried about Alvi here. Post up on this tight angle, and there you go, another frag comes through. Dex peeking just before the flash. Al's going to give Nine Pandas a 2-man advantage, and he just rotates, links away over towards that B bomb site because he knows he's still got Shelfie tucked here behind the doors waiting. If any players try and slink into that space. Nine Pandas.
Oh.
Al spotted.
Oh.
Punished. Good trade from Dillides in position.
Was the last two walking up for the A side with Krad and Results. A bait and switch. Duck, duck, goose, how it goes, but Krad goes down. And for good in this case. Result gets Dell off the bomb plant. Now allows him to plant slightly more safe and perhaps for a slightly worse or better position, depending on how you look at it, but it doesn't matter apparently. Because Al, his 5th map on this map in an HLTV official game, he's still scoring well, hitting every shot that he needs to, pretty much. And kind of same as map 1, I don't notice him making any big mistakes. Which...
he seems so reliable.
Yeah, really damn impressive. For someone I hadn't heard of before Nine Pandas. I looked at a couple of the themes, I'd known of Vidar for a while, that he was on for a decent amount of time, but...
He's incredibly young, incredibly inexperienced as well, only 19 years old, yet he's playing at an incredible level, considering where Nine Pandas are ranked, as I mentioned, just outside the top 30 on both the VRS as well as HLTV rankings.
Oh, sure, already not again. Not again.
Being a heavy hitter on this team, and yeah, he's searching, hunting for the next frag.
I love it. I love it. I love it so much. The confidence.
Just sniffs out JW. He's like, smell him around the corner. I know he's there.
Old seasoned veteran. Down to new tricks.
Scout, one of the two primary weapons that Eyeballers are working with on this round. A bit of a half investment. We've got the Hero AK on Del. Mentioned JW Scout now in the hands of Heat. But
you can't stop them.
Picking them off one by one. Yeah, I mean, Eyeballers, they're playing so slow, so timid, waiting for 9Pandas to make the next move, waiting for 9Pandas to make the mistake. But in the meantime, they're just losing players one by one to Altor.
Easy.
Now they finally decide to make a move together, jumping out towards long, where they do get a 1-for-1 trade. But again, 9Pandas, you've got a 2-man advantage. A 1-for-1 trade goes in their favor.
Yeah, look at that, by the way. Look at the CT side. You've got Al from deep mid, Gillettes and Crad on site. This is this is never going to work out for Eyeballers, and they kind of recognize this themselves almost.
Are they tempted to save these two primary weapons? There's 30 seconds left. Okay, no, they are starting to shift towards the A side.
Yeah, Lost Winners should say no, don't save, just go for it instead. Yep, give him the headshot machine. Flash goes in, and both go out.
See,
not a chance.
To get the third. Posted all the way in the bottom of mid. Get that final kill. 9Pandas now up to double digits, looking very formidable on the CT side. Eyeballers T side, leaving much to be desired on both maps.
Second half, we talked about it. A single man can sometimes carry an entire T half. Heap currently leads the charge at 14. JW had a lot of openings and advantages created on that first half. I still want to see what I know from this team. Boy, can it pop off and have massive games. When he was picked up as well, JW called him Sweden's next superstar, at least having the potential to be one. So far, hasn't performed up to those expectations almost set up in every game. Not consistently, at least.
There's an opening. Del with a random spam through the smoke, catches Southie in transition. A man advantage for Eyeballers to work with.
Show me more Eyeballers. It's consistency that they need. I call them sometimes boring in terms of how easily they get these games and how consistently they play. Haven't been able to replicate that so far. Now they have to. Grand Finals, spot on the line. And it's 3 rounds away from coming to an end. And one map where you didn't even get to play. Ending as such will not feel good. But on the B side, you've got Alpha opened up yet another round. Always being part of the action. Poi on A looks to double down. Result somehow still wins it. And the numbers go back even.
The 3-on-3.
The legs.
9Pandas defense is still very spread out. Eyeballers, you just needed to trade. 9Pandas are spread out 1-to-1-to-1. You just trade out and you should be able to win the round. There's 2 bomb sites to attack. And instead, it's a solo fight given in towards mid. They've at least been able to isolate one player on towards this A site. That's Dylan. There's a beautiful shot from Dex on towards Result. Leaves Alv now into a 1 versus 2. Bomb to be planted finally in open plant as well.
They know he's was on B. They're not going to cross CT. There's no reason to, but he's making noise on short now. So far, we said he's been hitting pretty much every single shot he's needed to. Now on 69 points of HP. Very nice, but has to do it twice. Not given an opportunity. No opening. Backs off. All Eyeballers have to do was not give him a chance. It's Dex who's holding out the wide swing. If he gets spotted on short, Del swings. And walking out of the round victorious. It's Eyeballers. 7 on the board. First on the second half, finally.
Yeah, I think a save would have been very nice there for Alv. I didn't hate the attempt, right? Just seeing if an opening was given his way to put it into a 1 versus 1, and then it's fair game. But nothing's presented, so he tucks around to go to save. But going to see for an exit frag there in towards CT, it's not really worth the risk, to be honest. Yes, you'd be demolishing the economy for opponents, but I personally, especially on the CT side, always think that it's never worth sacrificing your own economy to destroy your opponents. And while yes, they'll still be able to buy here, it would have been nice for him to be able to drop over. He'll still be able to get an AWP. He could have dropped over too, which would have preserved their economy, kept it in a stronger state. Finally around on the board here in the second half for Eyeballers. And yeah, there you go. There's compromises already. 9 Pandas, 2 Famuses in play. I was about to say Dilladez and Crad didn't have too much cash. In fact, they're actually going for a double AWP. Shalfie's decided to invest in a second sniper. The snipers have been doing a lot of heavy lifting for 9 Pandas in both halves.
Maybe again. First one nails it. The split second too early for Heap to swing out. Or if you want to call that swing, more like jumped, but into the waiting arms instead. The second open is short. A cheeky little boost gets the CT side their second opening. A trade does come through from point, but they know that A side will still be defended, and Alv wants to give them fights. He cannot get away from scot-free, but he will do so. Another one, walking through smokes. It's too easy. Poi has found 2 in return. It's not done. The dream is not over just yet, but he's looking for the next man. Is walking around the smokes result, giving him the fight, and the headshot. Shuts it down. Hopes and dreams for eyeballers. Crushed in this round. God damn, that is aggressive, but I love it for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, that was nothing but
3 players
from Alv.
through the smoke. Oh, that is so cheeky. We saw eyeballers more reserved in their approach when it came to stopping this A play with spamming and throwing utility. You have Alv first,
squads on the couch.
then Crad, and then Result. Man, it is aggressive, but you love to see it.
Well, it's still a costly round for 9 Pandas, so they'll still be working the compromise in this one with Crad going on a Famus, but eyeballers themselves are starting to show signs of frailty with their funds.
Oh,
They're going to be going for an all-in play over here towards the B-bomb side. Dilladez tucked in towards the corner, does find 2, and Alv with the AWP posts up for another. Man advantage secured for 9 Pandas and health low on Dell. This is a victory in terms of a defense so far, but we'll see if they can convert.
What?
Shalfie, under the support of the flash, jumps through knowing that the bomb is being planted, knows that there's only one player to try and hold, and that just leaves JW to be traded out on the site. A beautiful round there from 9 Pandas. Getting the 3-for-2 trade on the initial openings on towards the site. Then a lovely little retake, finding the perfect timing, catching the bomb planter. A lovely flash, a lovely push from Shalfie.
Oh my god. Yeah, you can see Shalfie's waiting for the flashbang as well. He called that immediately as he was in that smoke, saying, "Flash me, I'm waiting."
It's such a nice movement as well, because the way he paths means that no matter what, he will be able to spot where the bomb is planted.
Yep.
He's anti-flash, strafes around, and is still staring perfectly at where the bomb planter is there, so that even if he's unable to find the second player, even if he's unable to find JW, normally in those scenarios you say, okay, kill the guy who's not planting, then kill the planter. In that scenario, he's like, okay, I just need to guarantee 1 kill, finish round 1. And he takes down that planter. Perfectly played. 9 Pandas up onto a match point here in the semi-finals. Bomb plant does give eyeballers a decent investment here. They're able to get 5 AKs out in play. Again, so far that's not been enough for them to convert any round victories here in the second half.
Hopes and dreams, but nightmares now for eyeballers. They've shaped up since map 1, yes. But in the face of a stronger power, a stronger will from 9 Pandas, it takes an extra effort just to be able to fight for these rounds. Poi, couple of multi-kills every now and then, but are those enough to turn the tides? In this case, it seems like yes. He's got even result from B. Opens up the round, closes it, then Alv again left alone. And while earlier we might have seen him attempt a round or 2 in hopes of getting a kill, punishing the Academy for eyeballers, right now, not happening.
You called Poi out. You called him out. You said that he's a player who's been touted with a lot of potential, high fragging potential, and that he wasn't living up to that right now in this series. But there you go. The last few rounds, he has been finding those multi-kills, albeit unimpactful. Finally, one of them is converted, and he's already up to 14 frags now. After that triple kill, the initial double to open up that round demolishes the 2 B players, cutting off the rotations of the CTs as well by fighting them toward mid, and Alv won't even be able to save the AWP. That's a big kill to take there for JW. The round victory secured for eyeballers up to an 8th, but also the economy broken for 9 Pandas. Well, yes, 9 Pandas need only 1 round. Not likely to be this one. Eyeballers have an opportunity to close that distance. I say that. 9 Pandas are going to be going for a force buy. Maybe not a force.
It's not just about, by the way, point, because Dell's also been slowly creeping up to getting himself into the discussion for one of the reasons eyeballs are not coming back into it. Spotted, you let us down. JW, while slowed down since the first half, is still active. It's been eyeballs changing up their playstyle a little bit here. Right, we talked about how aggressive JW was in that first half. Opened up these rounds every now and then just by holding for this mid play, and again, now that 9 Pandas are peeking into it, he'll be ready, willing to give them that fight they're looking for. Yeah, you're still asking the entire team to deliver that extra 10% more.
I'm not sure how I feel about the force buy coming out of this one from 9 Pandas. It's they had enough cash to buy next round, I think, unless their loss bonus was on 0, in which case they would be in double eco. But even then, it's a pet peeve of mine when I see CTs go, "Oh, we've got double loss bonus, we've got 0 loss bonus with double eco." But then I'm like, "Well, if you force buy, you still won't get a good buy on the next gun round. Like, save at least $500, $500, $600, $700 even, just to make sure you can get full utility when you do go for that buy round in 2 rounds time."
Yeah, because otherwise you're gonna probably now. A lot of theory crafting here and what if scenarios and such, but you play around like that where you're missing utility and Molotov smoke, whatever it might be. You throw whatever util you have in the first minute, and then you have nothing for a retake on Dust 2, and you're just gonna save that point again. So you're locking yourself into a terrible situation.
Especially with the scoreline, right? Because okay, let's theory craft here again. Let's continue this. So you lose this round because it's a force buy. You've got pistols and Kevlar. That goes to 12-9. Next round, you're going to be eco. That goes to 12-10. That means on 12-10, you then have a gun round where you've got M4s. You might not be able to afford an AWP. If you do, it might be a glass cannon. You're missing utility. Do you really want that on a 12-10 scoreline where if you then lose that, you've not got everything. It goes to 12-11 and you're then on another force buy? You're basically saying, okay, we're going all in on this one round
of a force buy,
which is which is going to be with very weak utility, which isn't going to be good.
Yeah. Now, you want to hear what my gut is currently telling me?
Is it 13-9? 13-9. I was about to say it's either going to be overtime or they're going to win on the pistols. That's what the two options.
I've seen this sort of story way too many times. We have no faith, none at all, 0 interest in a round like this, and it's suddenly 3 kills from 5-7, walking through a smoke.
Yeah, no, I'm right with you there.
Although
it happens all the time.
There's only Shelfie on A. But that one smoke might deter all of eyeballers for a good moment, allow for the rotation to happen. And it is very quickly coming through long. I'm worried. I see the situation. 9 out of 10 times eyeballers should win a round like this.
Yeah.
But they're being so slow right now, locked into the A side, can't go back or can't go back away.
In theory, no matter what, they should be able to have a clean execution on the A side. They can execute it with a full utility. There's no weapon on hand.
Oh, no.
The question is, does Poi fumble this flank? No, he doesn't. 2 kills. That's pretty decent.
Okay, that's good.
Death is then even traded. So, a 4 versus 2. Delades and Shalfie coming in on this flank. They might be able to pick up an AK, but, no, not enough time. They're just sat holding. Bell's coming to hold. Yeah, will be that conversion.
Good to know my worries are this time at least unfounded. 12-10. We continue the game. Although, exiting from long, our boys should not be going anywhere but pit here, so 9 Pandas probably not even get that AK. But nonetheless, we'll see. They look very convinced that there's going to be CTs here. Also,
oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's
look
smart.
At his
yeah, just shows the shadow. That's cheeky. Very so. No, I gotta try to go for the AK. They were hoping eyeballers overextend instead. Ain't happening. It's 12-10. And at the end of the game, potentially coming through any moment now, it's 1 round 9 Pandas need is 5 kills. And sometimes on this map, all you need is a very good opening and the round just plays itself out from there on. We saw that in the first half. plenty.
This is my point here with this investment from Nine Pandas. This is the gun round which they were gambling on. They're saying, okay, we've got this one gun round. But because they went for that force buy when they were, as people say, double eco, it means that they're now working with no AWP, Prad's down to a FAMAS, and everyone else is missing crucial pieces of utility. And what little utility they've had, they've decided, okay, let's go all in on long control. They've gone for a 4-man take towards long. They've taken that successfully, but I do actually like this mid-round play. They've secured long heavily, and they've gone for an overloaded rotation, 2 towards mid, 2 towards catwalk, so they can set a little bit of a trap here. As soon as one of the duos takes contact, the other duo should then be able to swing in off of that contact, lay a little bit of a trap. So there is a well thought out process behind this round, despite the lack of utility.
Yeah, this is how you play a round like this, where you have that overwhelming start somewhere. You say you see nothing there, you don't commit to it for the entirety of the round, you instead look for elsewhere for those answers. In which, we're seeing Poi activate. Again, I talked about him a fair bit, now he's finally getting into the game yet again, though Shalfie, oh my god.
What?
He's gone past GW, he's gone past GW, they don't know! They don't know! He's gonna get a freebie! That's one! Traded out, but walking through a smoke result, might find himself traded next! There's full CTs running into this! And his mistakes, a bundle almost, but Dylan has 2! HP's low, Del could just walk in, 1 bullet to take him down! This could be the round to fight and play, but it's not happening! Recovered just barely by Poi and Eyeballers. The HP there, it is making it way too difficult for Eyeballers nonetheless, and one oversight. That's Shalfie walking through mid, it's insane he gets there even. And the timing of Del walking back, it all is just so damn close to going the other way. And now we see the repercussions of Nine Pandas and the economical decisions. Look at this! And look at the start! Worst case scenario, it's overtime. Eyeball if they want it. Spearheaded by Poi, now on 21. And you see the mistakes coming through. Eyeballers, they want this game still. And unwilling to give it up, they are forcing it to a, well, 25th round. And my god, what a way to get there.
I just can't help but feel Nine Pandas have shot themselves in the foot. And not with a Glock, not with the sidearm, with Al's AWP. They've taken it out, aimed straight at their foot and legged themselves.
Yeah, I think they even stepped on Legos while doing so.
Yeah, well, I mean, once you've been legged, stepping on Legos is enough to...
Yeah.
Is enough to be fatal. But yeah, then now...
The same way you have an M, or like an M9. You have the ridges on it, makes it hurt more with the Legos. And this time, it hurts way more than they ever bargained for. From looking so damn good to a force buy we both say is not it, to 12-12 where Eyeballers, they control the game now.
I mean...
Welcome back, Swedish Counter-Strike.
This is what I don't get from Nine Pandas, right? With that investment going for that force buy on the double eco, is that you've said, look at the investment they've had in the last 2 rounds. Last one, a complete force buy where they've had a couple rifles, an M4. The rest of them were FAMAS's MP9s. The round before that was the one buy that they had, which was, again, 4 M4s, a FAMAS, very weak utility. Then it was an eco before that with pistols, and a force buy before that with pistols. So the last 4 rounds, simply because they went for that force buy, they've not had a full buy. They've not had an AWP on Alv, which has been their real win condition. It's the sniper rifle.
He's been stuck with 21 kills for, I think, like 6 rounds.
Exactly.
They haven't let him play. Now in overtime, double AWP comes out at least. The commitment is very much seen throughout the entire half. And with Shalfie gone, that being the AWP, Del as well can tell his teammates. Gotta let him know that, well, boys, there's some sort of double AWP shenanigans happening here. And an opening towards B. With this early on in the round as well. They can start to play these rotations as however much they want to. That's why you see that smoke toward the A side as well on short. Catches the attention of the CT side first. Very well, we could see this turn into a split through CT. Not too uncommon here in Dust 2. Might even see one man dropping down to the spawn if we're getting lucky. If Poi's up to the shenanigans. If not, he's dead.
Ooh.
6 feet under, we are seeing a split toward the B side here from the C, or from the C side, excuse me. And walking on in, it's Grad flashed into the fights, and it is 1, 2, 3. It's all too easy. And Del gone as well. So when we get to overtime, it's double orbs. And we finally start to see 9 Pandas play back to how they were at the start of the half. When they have everything they need, instead of shooting themselves in the foot, they get around here instead with everything they wanted finally.
Exactly, because they have the AWP on Alv, which punishes a solo play from Eyeballers. I'll be honest, that's a massive mistake from Poi there, lurking out solo. You've got a man advantage, he then gives it away by pushing up short. And then on top of that, they have the utility. They had the utility, they had the flashes for mid. Yeah, I mean, true, that would have been actually a very good play, like jumping towards CT. But the other point is they had the flashes so that Crad, as soon as he takes contact, a flash comes in from Dilladez so that he then gets a triple. Shelfie now with that secondary AWP again in play, looking to get a bit aggressive with
JW. Ducks out of the fight. I was getting ready for him to be taken down again. But not falling to the same trick twice. Instead, we slow things down again. It's map control that was fought for by 9 Pandas. Not being too punished for it. No one actually taken down as this damage going back and forth on both sides. Well, here, basic short utility coming out for Boy. Molotov down yet again, forcing the CTs back. Oh, JW. Flash takes the shot and wonderfully done.
That's a little bit of a blunder there. Something which you'd see from a secondary AWP or a primary AWP on this map would be 100% aware of that shadow angle. Knows that by peeking that angle with your back to the wall that your shadow's visible to a player in mid. But Shelfie is secondary AWP. It's not something he's going to be quite so conscious about. JW punishes him for it. So again, Eyeballers get an opening kill. They have a man advantage, but this time there's 30 seconds left to play with it.
Not gonna make the same mistake, surely. We've seen this Door's position once or twice before, and he will deliver yet again to deliver 2 of his own. Leaves this down to a 2-2. Both players are low, and you've got 1 on the B side. Oh, wow, the rare shot missed. Makes up for it with 1 still, but it's not good enough. Looking at a tight score, both players tagged up a result. No Molotov or HE makes his job a little bit more difficult here, however. No smoke either. No utility to speak of.
That's the fun, so may as well go for this, being overtime. No ecos involved in this one. Yeah, the health is low, but this is a lovely little crossfire and a lovely little off angle from Poi. Spotted, cleared out. But there we go, the trade comes through from Heap, swings out from tunnels. The Eyeballers do convert that round win, even if Dilladez tries his hardest with that double kill in towards middle. Eyeballers still kicking, still contesting here in overtime.
Down. That as well, you imagine. What if Alva hits the shot close?
It's such an awkward spot too. It's like he misses the first shot, he can't reposition towards cover, and he's then basically just gambling on a quick scope or a no scope.
Oh, hold on. I was seeing something fast for Eyeballers. We saw them once attempt a faster B play. And even so, didn't work out, and haven't seen anything since then. But right now, Alv taking down JW, a duel towards long, in which the T side fight themselves down to matter now toward that B side. They continue. The latest one, yet again, looks to deliver a masterclass of 2 to defend. Advantage is kept and extended, and he brings 1 back. Important to shut down the early flank, lets him control the site. Bit easier with the teammate now in tow. At the moment we plant that, there is no quick push this time for the CTs, but they are going to make it awkward with the smoke down. Listen, play around it. They'll still tries to bait them out with a second tap on the bomb again. But so much time on the bomb site. Bomb yet to go down. This is 9 Pandas just waiting for their go sign. This Al. Noise made in tunnels. He's the man with the utility as well. And no flashbangs make this slightly more awkward, but still. Waiting. Molotov to force them into the open. No swings, nothing as of yet. They're playing quiet, trying to hide. An HE will search for Heap. And you leave it onto 1 man, the clutch shot big time, and he's stuck on site with nothing to do. You're looking at 14 instead at the end of the first half of overtime. 9 Pandas. You've seen them with a fast retake. You've seen Shelfie running through a smoking window. This time, baited out, not taking it. And a slow, calm retake instead. Pepper them with utility, spray them with bullets. And play the advantage 9 Pandas have. This is more like it. This is more what we expected for them.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast to the different approaches of retaking. Both of them in 3 versus 2s as well. Rather than just sprinting through, trying to catch them off guard, they realise, okay, we've got plenty of time on the board. We know that they're low. All we have to do is trade out. And we've got such an advantageous position with Al's posted up in the tunnel. So they just wait for him to get into a stronger position, posting deeper. And then, yeah, they just squeeze and slowly constrict with utility, making it hard for eyeballers in position. So, Nine Panda's going to be taking that lead. Now we swap over to a side where eyeballers look a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable on their CT side. We've got to bear in mind a lot of their T side rounds came from Nine Panda's mishandling of the economy. That's how we got that 6-6 scoreline in the second half. And in the first half, eyeballers fought very effectively here on their CT side, with JW getting plenty of openings. This time it's Poi to find the first. You isolate Shelfie. Incendiary means that a trade can't come through. Go JW, still a threat in mid with these doors, with this AWP in towards the doors.
Next one, Salve. Oh! Oh no. That's awkward. Might have been the chance Nine Pandas needed, but seems like now they're being disparaged from any attempt. They're not results. Oh my god. Should have been a dead man. No, he's not. In the land of the living, making statements, and he's not the only one. Oh, you've got Alv as well joining, sniping Poi from long range. The HP sure may not be good for either T-side to play, but this should have been a round easily closed by eyeballs. But look at it now! Look at it now! Where's it all gone? Willed into existence, a Molotov that's gonna spread Alva into the smoke. But Result, he's got the cross as well, watching for it, waiting, and it's one back turn. 15 to 9 Pandas. Throwing this round away, or clawing it back, however you look at it. 2 versus 5 for 9 Pandas, Result and Alv.
That was
the two we've been looking at, again deliver.
A 2 versus 5 on 21 points of health. Sure, Result had a little bit more before the HE
ridiculous.
Came through, but look at this.
That's ridiculous.
The fact he's able to get those two on such low health, and then Al with the AWP picks off the other Eyeballers players one by one, trading just non-existent there for Eyeballers in a 5 versus 2, and it puts Nine Pandas back up onto match and series point again, and this time they have 2 opportunities to close this out, and this time they have funds, this time they have weapons to fight, to convert, to get that final round win. An opening kill already with Dilladez straight on towards Dex, but Nine Pandas, they're not slowing down, they're shifting up behind these smokes. Oh, but it's the HE to blow. The smoke's enough to be fatal for Dilladez. JW still kicking on the site, eventually overwhelmed, but in the chaos, he just found another, so still a man advantage for Eyeballers, but Shelfie.
Not again.
Whack-a-mole. Finds the head of Dell. And, Heap jumps up, cleans it off with a 4K. So, Eyeballers stay afloat and keep their eyes open for now.
Oh, I was so afraid here for a moment, but Heap brings it back.
And this is one of the things which Nine Pandas actually struggled with in the first half, was hitting that A site after their long hits. It's one of the, like we mentioned, on Dust 2, there's very little opportunities and very little different pathways available for the Ts. It's normally either a default or you start off with taking long control. They take long control. Normally you just wait your time, wait for the CTs to make a move, see if you can get a pick if the CTs overextend, and then eventually you go for an A-site execution. But these executions from Nine Pandas just haven't been good. They've been picked off through these smokes time and time again.
I want to see more of this.
Down to 1 round again.
We both said we wanted to see Inferno. You mentioned it more than once as well. You wanted to see it, but my god. It may not come to happen. Krat is getting a disgusting opening kill. JW swapping to an M4, Dell to pick up an AWP as well on B. The damage is being dealt, however, dished out plenty by Dex, and he's still holding on to long. He's not shying away from this fight, taking an off angle instead. Trying to dodge the utility, committing to the spray. That's being denied for now. Nine Pandas need to search for a different avenue.
A lot of pressure applied over towards long, but nothing's come from it for Nine Pandas, only receiving damage and receiving trade. JW isolates Dilladez again. This is one of the issues with Nine Pandas T side right now, is that they're so separated, so segregated. So easy for eyeballs to pick them off one by one. Speaking of though, it's Krat's turn. But again, after he gets that kill, he swings out, tries to capitalize on the space, but
not checking your left and right. JW, you gotta cross the street with caution. Not like that. And we're looking at another situation which 9 pandas are clawing back. HP this time, total 7. 1 bullet gets rid of Shalfie. Mixed in with 5 others, and it's on the result with 6 to his name. There's no utility, no Molotov, but that doesn't make things too much easier here either way. Result still have to go swinging into it. And that is 15 to 15. We're looking at a double overtime here. Magic number now from 16 to 19 instead to close things out. And this is much better than Ancient ever was. And I'm very happy we start to see this Eyeballers come back into this, the form they're looking for. If they want to get the finals, it has to be hard fought. It has to be through the final boss of Dust 2 for them here. David versus Goliath. Barely having played this map on Eyeballers versus 1 loss in 13 games for 9 pandas. And they're clawing it back from one big mistake in economy management for 9 pandas on the CT side of this map, which we talk about as incredibly punishing already. We've been given an overtime and now double.
I have to feel 9 pandas their T side very lacking right now, and again another opening pick. Don't get me wrong, Eyeballers are playing well. They are getting these opening picks. They're doing it successfully, and they're looking really good when they do it, and their A side holds will look really good. But 9 pandas, their T side is so flat. The trading just isn't there on their defaults. They get picked off so easily, and unless a player goes big and gets a multi-kill or finds openings in the form of Al with the AWP winning the fights and denying Eyeballers getting opening picks, the 9 pandas look very lackluster. Now they're going to be going for a bit of an all-in play here, up and towards short, an all-in push, and finally the spacing is there, the spacing exists, but another fight picked off by Dell. Isolates another 2 players. Where's the trade coming through? And now another 2-man push comes in. It's just Result left in a clutch scenario, or 1 versus 4. 1v3 now as he picks off Heat. Linking round the edge of the smoke. Bomb not planted. In fact, bomb's not in his control. Dropped on towards the ramp. Result 40 seconds left, looking to try and isolate a fight, searching towards short, but JW is vacated. He's left. He's repositioning all the way round towards long, where this AWP can be even more effective.
A 3-man tandem strike here for the CTs, essentially. And my god. That was such a good attack as well for 9 pandas with the opening. They know that Poi's been playing on ramp pretty much every single time they've headed toward A from short. Get rid of him. But maybe, hold on, we don't talk about that just yet, because Result on the board twice, but not thrice. Shut down, he's still such a threat, man. I thought that was it, a triple swing essentially for the CT's ready, but he's still tapping away.
I don't know if you noticed, but he absolutely smashed his desk there, to the point where his webcam fell off after that one.
He knew he could have won that. Talk about him as well, how good he is at this game. This is a round he's going to be feeling frustrated about.
Look at this, slam on the desk. Bang! And the webcam wobbles. So close, but yeah, Eyeballers. Now, they're the ones in the lead. Finally fighting from the front.
Alf, though.
Frustration has surely got to start to settle in here for 9
Alf and JW, did they tag each other in the mid-duel? Is that what happened? Both players got tagged out with the same amount of HP?
They must have done.
Fun little exchange. Greeting each other. Softening them up for their teammates to finish off the job. Eyeballers now. Again, they're playing these 2-man positions. I like the way they played it last round as well in the retake. Through ramp very quickly to force Dex and Dell in the same position. Now he's going to be Dex and Poi. He playing CT, guarding for that mid across. Deletus gets caught. And for Eyeballers, right now what you gotta do is make sure the 9 pandas are gonna be separated. Make their actual attempt at the bomb site difficult. Talk about the trading and spacing for 9 pandas. Last round it was good, but still fell short in the end. If Eyeballers gonna take 1 round comfortably here, that lets them breathe for just a second. Let them know they've found at least a couple of good answers here. 9 pandas, they've gone quiet for a bit. Time's running low, 30 seconds on the clock. And I'm looking at eyeballers with 0 pieces of utility. Information does get delivered in the form of the bomb, and Dex needs to deliver as well now. Heap joins from CT. What can they do? Boy, from side again. 1 found. 2, make it 3. The push stopped in its tracks, and now Shelfie's turn at a clutch is not happening. And that's how you play these rounds for eyeballers now.
This is so uninspired for Nine Pandas. Every single time they lose a man advantage, lose an opening kill, they just sit there. They have nothing. They have no ideas coming up. Like, they lose 1 pick there and they just sit on short for the rest of the round for another 30, 40 seconds. And at 30 seconds, they just go for an all-in hit on towards short. But that's just so easy to read for eyeballers. There's no sort of doubt in their mind as to where Nine Pandas are playing from, what sort of play they're going for. The thing is, these opening kills, which eyeballers are getting, if it's not a nice little pick from an AWP, it often is just because Nine Pandas are going for a solo walk in somewhere like that. That play there, onto I think it was Dillard's, he boosted up, finding that free kill because just 1 player walks out mid. If you just have a second player in there, maybe you get a trade, maybe you get a 4 versus 4, and then at that point, Nine Pandas look a little bit more inspired when they have an advantage in that sort of situation. But when they lose these picks and they're unanswered, it looks so lacking of energy. Finally, a pick. Finally, Result successful in taking long.
First to reach the dirty 30 as well for him. Taking over this game in these rounds as well by making every single one of them look very much dangerous. As long as he's alive, eyeballers can't rest. But now, this is dangerous.
Position.
Yeah, this is something we haven't seen, however, just yet from eyeballers.
There's 5 bombs, no way.
Oh. Yeah.
No way. Yeah,
bye-bye, boy.
Molly comes through.
Into the open, looking for the headshot. Looks to deliver, and this shot, waiting for the re-swing, and there it is. Gillette is down. Opportunity, so many miss for Al. That's the 3rd or 4th shot he finally connects on. And in mid, Del spots a couple more, up to short. Deathcam shows it is an A play. But a 2-1-3 for the CT side. Double up on the retake. You don't favor these ever.
Yeah, they can safely get that bomb across towards the site, going from short. They need to cross the long. Heat has self-scoped up. And as dire, as scary as that was, over towards long, with Alv missing shot after shot after shot, the trade came through. That's what matters. They maintained that man advantage, and the same on middle. They lost that pick, but they got that man advantage they came. And now eyeballers, last round of the first half of OT2, still have to attempt it.
Now, this was insane. Boy allowed this many shots. It should never have happened. It should have been the first shot for Alv. That's the 4th one in which he finally been punished and connected on. That could have been a round-ending one as well. He would have given or kept that A control. He could have played from long.
No,
the retake would have been 100 times easier at that point. But
I almost have a lead.
That is true. But how do they continue now? It was that CT side where Alv was insanely dangerous. Where he was doing the most over the heavy lifting. Part of so many early duels as well, and him and JW, and that duel towards mid-doors was 50-50.
And it was that economic decision for them which kind of let down their CT side in regulation. Yep. Since then, since it went into overtime, they've been, back to sort of business, back to regular programming. And they have the weapons in hand when they have this, even this double AWP. Although, Shalfie, obviously... Oh, okay, he's getting another opening kill.
So many times he's been punished.
Yeah,
again, he tries
the amount of times... This is the thing, right? The secondary AWP is such a niche thing for Dust 2, but obviously if you're not a primary AWPer, like Shalfie, he's getting very aggressive with the secondary AWP, something you don't often see. You often see a secondary AWP just anchoring down one of the sites, being able to use the long-range angles to just sit and post somewhere. Not getting aggressive, not getting... Yeah, and rather than being the one to get involved in the action, start initiating. But Shalfie, obviously... He's not a primary AWPer. That's not his forte. It's not his strength. Instead, I mean, we saw it in the last overtime as well, in overtime 1. He did give away a couple openings by getting aggressive with the AWP more than once.
Absolutely right. But here for eyeballers, we're looking at it right now. It's the most basic of Dust 2 plays from short. You've got one man lurking long. You've got CT side of the try and block off this play on A. Del blows up. And out to A they go. 20 seconds to make this play. Look at that long control as well. Keep an eye on the kill feed. That might matter here in a moment or two. But for now, to open up around and the side heap. With 10 seconds on the clock. Needs to move quickly to find an opening. There's the first one. Here's the play from long as well. JW and Dex both deliver. A side falls. Bomb gets planted just in the nick of time. And Dilettes, while not impossible in 1 versus 3 or 4 here, considering the HP, is still not going to try this. Eyeballers, that all it takes there is one drop of the bomb and the round might be done. But they win every duel. It's that long play as well where Dex manages to sneak up. It's so late as well. It's never expected.
It catches the timing perfectly.
Back turned.
I mean,
Resol thought it was done. There was no one there. 15 seconds, a full-on A push coming through.
I mean, the composure as well from eyeballers with such little time to say, okay, we're not forcing our way through the smoke. Blow it open, make sure it's clear behind. Then they start making their way through, and then they're pre-firing every single angle, stuttering every single step of the way to make sure they can't get picked off by 9 Pandas. And honestly, 9 Pandas, they are going to be kicking themselves. The fact they didn't get a single kill on the players approaching the site there. And now eyeballers, they're the ones on map point. The potential of stealing this map away from 9 Pandas. Remember, this is 9 Pandas pick, a map which in the last 3 months they've only lost to G2, who are one of the best teams in the world.
Besides that, yeah, it's been fairly easy in most of the game. Sometimes going all the way, but not like this, where they had the chances to close things out easier. Overconfidence seems to have been their downfall almost, and now the price is 2 match points for eyeballers. Or map points, to be more specific, not to get caught up in the semantics of this game, but nonetheless. Here, eyeballers. I mentioned this earlier as well, where I wanted to see them set up this short play a bit more with utility. He throws the basic flashbang, does let them get that control pretty much for free. With just the utility thrown out. But eyeballers, how do they play these rounds? Because often in these scenarios, they have been in a 5 versus 4. Now it's just nothing being delivered by 9 Pandas in terms of possible frags. An answer needs to be found. Del with the bomb towards B. It does let us know what the plan currently is. Unless he starts running the opposite way. Repeat of an earlier round. Boyod short, the only man. But 25 seconds. They're still in top mid. This is not good. This is running out of time.
We have seen them composed with very little time left beforehand. The flash comes through.
No.
There you go. Opening kill. Result caught isolated, but it's now all up to Alv. We've been calling his name out, finding so much impact earlier on, but now in overtime, he's only good for 1 before being traded. And eyeballers have done it. They've managed to get towards this site, simply trading out last second. Get this bomb planted. Now JW has long pinned. Man advantage, a 3 versus 2. 9 Pandas now looking to try and retake. Del, a bit of a spam,
Inferno
catches the head, finds Crad, leaving Diledes. Creep through the edge of the smoke. Does find 1, but I'm ticking. Kit is in play, jumps down to CT, steps almost certainly heard. And go for a bit of a reposition in doing so. Isolates Deep to the 1 versus 1. Molly down on towards the bomb. JW.
Oh
My goodness, the Molly's missed.
On the defuse. JW should have heard this. Swinging into it. Can't miss this one. And he will not. What, 12-7, 12-8? Into double overtime. And 16-19. We end just to 2. Wanted to see Inferno. We'll get it.
got a decider map here of this semi-final between Nine Pandas and Eyeballers. And that map on Dust 2, that went all the rounds. I went into, what was it, double overtime? So we're in for an absolute barn burner here of Inferno. It was a map which I was looking forward to seeing. But what about you, Nexus? How much are you looking forward to this one?
I want to see this because this is the map where I saw the best of Eyeballers, in my opinion, where they weren't making any mistakes and they were playing that extremely boring sort of Counter-Strike in one of the previous games they had. So I want to see them replicate that here, and I want to see what they can do now that they've kind of woken up individually against the simple sheer firepower that we saw at the peaks, or in their peaks from the side of Nine Pandas instead. And if that now also translates to a map that's very different than what we've had from Ancient to Dust 2, the plug-and-play sort of setup with these two new additions to this team, how well does it stand being pushed all the way to a different map like Inferno?
Yeah, it's quite a bit of a contrast, right, compared to Dust 2. But as you can see on the map stats here, Inferno is a very good map still for Nine Pandas, right? Just like on Dust 2, they've only lost it once in the last 3 months, albeit, well, on Dust 2 was against G2, a much stronger opponent. This one was against, let me just double-check, Eklot. It's still a 13-10, but regardless, only losing it once in the last 3 months is a very impressive feat. But having, as you mentioned, 2 new additions, Inferno, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a much harder map to plug 2 players into a new system. But as you mentioned, Eyeballers, this is a much more comfortable map for them. It's a map which they pick quite often, while their win rate isn't amazing on it. I believe it's something around 40%, as it said over there. Their actual pick rate of it is, let me just double check, get the exact stats, it's 37%, so that's a very often picked map for Eyeballers in best of 3 scenarios, so it's very clearly a comfortable map for them, even if the win rate might not suggest that. It's one which they put faith in, and it could indicate that we're in for a much closer game here.
Yeah, I really hope so again, because that Dust 2, the ending is so damn entertaining. We kind of see the back and forth at the beginning of it, though, and then we see the comeback. But you're in Inferno, it's going to be fun, because obviously what we've seen so far, and now the test onto Nine Pandas and if they can withstand all of this that Eyeballers now decided to show us as well, in terms of the individuals, in terms of Hoy stepping up, Dell getting woken up toward the end as well, and then we have JW who carried on throughout that first half now as well, with both AWPers being tested on Inferno as well, which is very different from the first 2 maps in terms of just playing with an AWP. Because if you have a good AWPer, you're absolutely going to see the results and the effect of one. And now, I want to see if they will have what it takes. And anything else in between, right? You have the numbers. Both players bring in something real damn good here for the AWPers. But team-wise, I almost do want to favor Eyeballers.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it makes complete sense considering how comfortable of a map it is for them. And JW, a player who's very experienced on a map like Inferno, on Dust 2, obviously in that head-to-head, while statistically he's not quite as impressive as Alv in recent history, on that map at least, JW was finding as much, if not more, impact with those opening kills, which gave Eyeballers a very good chance on their CT sides of Dust 2. And if he can replicate that on Inferno, which I have no doubt he can, it's a map which I think when I think of JW highlights, those are the 2 maps I really think of, are Dust 2 and Inferno. So even though Inferno is new look since moving over to CS2, it's still very much the same in the way it plays. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can see that head-to-head be replicated. And judging by the trajectory, Alv was starting to lose a lot of those opening fights on Dust 2 as it went into overtime. It's going to take a lot for him to reset here as such a young player. But without further ado, we're going to be getting on with Inferno. Nine Pandas starting on that CT side, the defensive side where they had their favours. They're looking to get a little bit aggressive here towards Banana, taking control with the jewelries, but that's not where Eyeballers set their sights. It's over towards the A side as they pop in towards middle.
Running into results, the man of the hour from when he came to the second map, and even a part of the first. Opens up, decides to deny Eyeballers any early advantage or a clear attack path onto A. Instead of that, has to come through long. While JW looks to scale up. Any headshots, any freebies he can find. Now makes his teammates' job easier because that's Resolve in the open, having to decide between 2 angles and taking the one where he will be losing to Boy instead. But quick flanks, quick push in from the back line as well. Heap still having found at the trade on site, leaves us on a 2 for the moment, but being pushed into the fight as well. Crowd will take those. And one last man is Heap. Force out the first one, a second one still behind him! As close as he gets, Alv comes on top.
Oh my goodness, Eyeballers, they split the attention of that A site perfectly. They even got the, despite losing the opening kill, they managed to split another 2, splitting him from long and short, diverting the attention to perfection. But it's the rotations that came in from 9Pandas in time because of how long they took to set themselves up. They just lost a few too many players coming in, with Crad and Dilladez coming in on the flank and Alf closing it out in the clutch with the Julie set up. And that puts 9Pandas in a very good state, because not only did they win that round, they also denied the bomb plant. So less cash going Eyeballers' way. They're going to have to go for a full eco here. 9Pandas an opportunity to build some bank, farm some cash on these SMGs.
Should be easy, and it looks easy. But you want to hear something as well? We mentioned Dust 2 was barely played ever for Alv. That was the 5th time he'd played it now in his career. This is the first time he's played a game on Inferno. We have no statistics on him and this map. Which, even weirder than Dust 2, right? Considering that map wasn't in the pool for such a long time. This has been in the pool since, I think, prehistoric times. And now played it official.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Yeah, he's not played a single official in his entire career on Inferno. So, oh my goodness. So, fortunately, the AWP isn't quite as pivotal on this map. I think it's more reliant on your players towards Banana, to be honest. If they can take Banana control successfully, then you can at least, as the CT side, play with information, push and pull rotations, and at least cause it to be costly for the Ts, make it a little bit harder for the Ts, for them to push and pull the rotations. So the AWP isn't quite as pivotal, but at least he's getting the reps in at some point, you know? It'd be exciting to see his debut. A quick clean up there for 9Pandas. Eyeballers now coming into this one with their full investment. We've got the 4 AKs, the Galil. 9Pandas still working with a bit of a bonus round. Still got the Pharmacies, still got the MP9s. Look at the utility coming in. Loss of HEs, softens Dex right up, down to 7 HP. The util's not stopping there. Eyeballers are just being whittled away. They have managed to take Banana control. Only Crad lies in wait to defend, but Poi's given up his life, peeks in towards middle, and there's no trade potential behind that. JW unable to avenge his fallen teammate.
Utility's good. Doesn't even let him chase this matter. Shalfie's able to instead walk back freely. 9Pandas, they'll play this man around with a man advantage. Even better as well, with 2 players whittled down to low or half HP. On the side of Eyeballers, that makes the approach even worse, especially considering current approach is B. Molotov gets deployed. Crad is still gonna have another one to toss over toward him. So if there is any utility that Eyeballers want to deploy here, if they don't want to make this into a pop instead, they'll have to go through that Molotov. If not, wait it out. Time might become an issue, though we did see on the first or second map as well, it was not that much of an issue for them. They dealt with that pressure fairly easily, but have to respect it nonetheless. It delivers 2 from Crad and Alv as they get taken down both. Bomb escorted on toward the side. Shalfie's not going to swing off this immediately. Instead, play with his teammate at the man advantage. We saw no stranger to playing with these advantages. Playing them well on those retakes as well, and yet another one to add on top of the pile. Success, more of it for 9Pandas here. And a quick retake, and even better, they make it a fairly clean one.
Yeah, relatively keeping a decent amount of players alive, but it all comes down for me to this B-site hold with the 2 Pharmacies. If they don't go 2 for 2 there, then it's a 3-on-3. 9Pandas no longer have that man advantage to then just trade out. You know, they played that 3 versus 2 to perfection. All 3 players grouping up, making sure that they've got trade potential, peeking out together, just trading out on towards the site. But if they don't go 2 for 2, they no longer have that man advantage, and therefore trading out isn't quite as simple as it seems. But by doing so, they stay afloat. Eyeballers, despite getting the bomb plant, still going to be ecoing here, but the bomb plant does enable them to get some upgraded pistols, get some Tech 9s, some Deagles. Tech 9 close range, the perfect position for it, but fully blinded. In fact, Poi's going to find a second one on towards Crad. Fortunately, a HE comes in, so it's not completely for free. But Result has to try and defend this B site all on his lonesome. A rotation coming in. Eyeballers having now picked up rifles. And they don't need to commit. There's plenty of time on the clock for them to reset the defense.
They're just waiting. It's the CTs want then broad for information, in which we clean up the round very quickly. And this is what I talk about Eyeballers. They play this very slow game. They have very good reads on this map, T-side specifically. Because they don't rush into anything. They wait for their opponents to make mistakes, and when they do, it's slow, but it's punishing. And 9 Pandas, they're now falling to that victim in the 4th round of the game.
Yeah, I think it's one of the sort of textbook things you'll see on Inferno, especially with teams who are good on it, is that ability to just slow right down and let the CTs doubt their rotations. Once you have that advantage as the T, you know, once you've got a man advantage, the most likely things that the CTs do on any map in fundamental CS is either gamble or get aggressive. If they gamble, you're in a position where if you slow down, you can get that information, especially if you have the time to start searching for information to figure out where the gamble is. Or the CTs start to get aggressive, in which case, if you've got that advantage, you can literally just sit there and wait and then completely abuse those rotations, because the Ts, if they have banana control, if they have top mid, they often have complete control of those rotations, and it's very difficult to defend that B-bomb site. Partly due to the fact that the CTs, that the nearest player, if they're not on the B-bomb site, is nowhere near in a position to support, right? They're going to be playing towards a long, towards arch. That's not in a position where they can just turn around and throw some supportive utility to help defend the site. That's a position where they're committed, and for them to support and help the B-bomb site, they have to completely leave their post.
Yeah. That's why, as well, last round, you saw when Dilettes rotated in, it was the pressure on Alv. He threw in a flashbang, hoped for the best. Found nothing from it, and this time, though, different. You kind of see the way Inferno is playing on the CT side, right? You have no information, you gamble stack 90% of the time. If not, you probably go for a play in mid, maybe banana to retake it as well. This is a lot of moving parts here. You kind of have to decipher which that is on that T side as well. That's why you have strong positions to lurkers such as Inferno's apartments on the T side, incredibly influential. Oh, hold on. Right now, exerted influence by Dex. He finds a freebie, though, quick trade from Alv. Let one slip, and now he's left alone.
Yeah, this is a very scrappy round from Eyeballers. They lost the opening pick to the AWP, fair enough, but recovering it, they start taking these solo fights in towards A and towards B, but they get traded in the process, so it's still a man advantage maintained for 9 Pandas, but only just.
Oh, wow.
And, high-risk play there. If he went down for free without getting a kill, it's now a 2 versus 2, and his teammates are locked out of the site. Such a high-risk play. But it does pay off, so instead, it's a 2 versus 1. Dell left in a clutch scenario. 9 Pandas grouping up. All they need to do is trade out. And there you go. Let's get a little bit scary. Dell could have landed just one bullet, and Resort would have fallen.
He's not afraid. Resort has the confidence in every situation, but here as well, right? High risk, high reward. And 9 Pandas, they'll play that round with a man advantage from the pretty much beginning till end. And I also as well.
Damage.
Yeah, the way Alv just decides to peek in as well now for the future rounds, as he's done at the very start of the game, is going to make Eyeballers more keen of the approach and very much wary of it. So if they decide to continue for those B plays, I bet you JW on the AWP is probably going to be glued to watch CT half the time. And that might add some more moving parts to this, but we'll see how the game continues to evolve. Obviously, just the first couple of rounds, we're testing the waters, seeing what's up on both sides. For now, guns back out for Eyeballers. Looking for success.
Panda's gonna have to make a couple compromises here with the buy to afford a utility, which is very important on Inferno to fight for banana. It means that Crad on an MP9, Dilettes on a FAMAS. It's currently a 2-3 setup. Both teams chucking grenades back and forth at banana. Flash comes in.
Something about gambling on Inferno. Banana control is the hit or miss right now, where everything is going to be sent for the CT side in terms of their control, and it does come out positive. They take a 2-for-1 trade control as well. And Eyeballers, when they are pushed into these situations, this is new territories for me to watch them in. They'll have to thread the needle to find themselves new answers, and boy delivers towards a neat little 2K, in which he needs no assistance in. Looks out the CTs, and we are looking around to be secured.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show just how how fickle and how fragile the CT defense is on Inferno. You get that 2-for-1 trade, you're invested over in towards Banana, you get Banana control, but at that point, eyeballers identify, okay, well, that means there's only 2 towards A. That A defense is weak. There's 3 points of approach which have to be covered by this 2 CTs on that A site, and Poi finds the perfect timing. Slink up towards short, catch 2. There's more than he was needed. Getting 1 would have been done enough there for them to collapse on towards that site. He completely takes it over himself. Finding that impact. And we already mentioned the fun's not in a great spot for 9 Pandas, so saving these 2 weapons is vital for them to perhaps go for an investment here. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for an eco, though.
I wouldn't either. Right, you can obviously play the gun around with an MP9 or 2 if they decided to eco this, but also, speaking of MP9 or 2 and add a FAMAS on top as well, that is still a buy. One of the buys of all time here for the CT side, I think we call it.
Yeah, I mean, the MP9s can still be deadly on this map with how close quarters it is, but they're still lacking that important utility, which we've seen both sides invest heavily in this fight on Banana.
Yeah, twice in a row, by the way. Now, eyeballers are popping through that smoke. They're not respecting it, giving the fight to 9 Pandas. Wanting to control it and sending it both ways. Right now towards Banana, it only goes one way. Well, damage is being dealt back. It's not enough, and eyeballers, all this effort and time spent on Banana control. The prize they get, a headshot to the face.
Yeah, well-timed util from 9 Pandas, making it very uncomfortable for eyeballers to sit in those cubbies halfway up Banana. Find an opening pick as well as lots of damage on towards JW. So yeah, as mentioned, a much-needed man advantage.
Oh, a shadow. Now missing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. JW even looks down.
You've got a man advantage. I don't know why Alv is pushing in towards mid there. Oh, at least not without a teammate. If he did it with another player, but then just as soon as I say that, Poi does the exact same. He gives them a free kill in return by walking out towards long, perhaps anticipating Alv. Or the fact that Alv was spotted towards short, perhaps anticipating that long was open.
Yeah, they know it's B. They hear all the noise. They're also going to have Shalfie pushing mid. On B, you need Heave to pop off here, most likely. One who's known for getting headshot, or 2. Here's one more for Shalfie. And on the site, you got nothing. Nada in terms of success. And I don't know what that is. It's a round that eyeballers were gifted a chance in, and then Poi just lets that go for no reason. No trade attempt either on long. Just walks right into the open.
Yeah, I think it's because they already identified that 9 Pandas played 3 towards B at the start, but Poi completely missed the timing. I think he might have been expecting them to still be 3B. So after getting that pick, thinking, oh, okay, there's timing to walk up long. But no, 9 Pandas only had 1 towards B after taking Banana. They had gambled that rotation, meaning long was bolstered. There was that extra player which Poi didn't anticipate. But it's a high-risk play that doesn't pay off. Instead gives away that opening that they got.
Yeah, massive mistake at that point. And even so, right, you try to look at the route and how it's being built up for eyeballers. You have Dell in apartments with a flash and a smoke, the only utility they have, pretty much. And it just doesn't look like it's going anywhere at that point, right? You had JW, sure gets that first kill. You lose another man. There was no attempt to try to set anything up as well. You could have had Dell maybe throw that util first as well earlier to give Poi a chance at opening a timing. Had that been still the case, but it looked a little uninspired toward the end there. Something I would not have expected to see, but nonetheless. Change of pace. Mac 10, JW. Say hello to this B site. He'll open it up first. Not too difficult of a fight, and now forced into the open as well. Fight, Shalfie and Krad, excuse me. Krad only here finds the kills. Resol joins them on B. And a B site, while opened up, now closed down as well. Eyeball is not allowed in.
A nice little opening there. Oh, Krad. Is he about to fade the smoke? Okay, no, he's thinking better of it. He's going to fall away. But yeah, I love the change of pace there from JW. You're forced to go for the Mac 10 due to the weak funds. Manages to catch 9 Pandas off guard, knowing that they've been chucking utility just stood at the top of the Banana. The trading from Eyeballers off of the back of that opening play was a little bit lackluster. Nine Pandas able to pick them off and make a 2-man advantage here. Dylan Poit, a 2 versus 2 here on the B-bomb site. Have an opportunity to try and pick off a couple of these players. There you go, Crad gives up the first kill, overextends, and his teammate over on B, Result, low HP. So he's got to fall back, play safe, maintain that man advantage. He can't afford to give up another kill. Instead, Eyeballers have actually managed to take the site here. Good molly towards new box will help them clear that out. But look at this post plant for Eyeballers.
It's setting up fairly well right now. Boy's got to take control of Banana, but a smoke deployed right on time. That makes things more difficult. This forces Dells to search for this opening as well, but Boy's still got a gap. One found, ammunition runs low, 5 in the mag, quick reload. Stop the defuse, needs 1 through the smoke. Spam back, knows he's not on it. And 1 on 3. That Boy will be catching here. Eyeballers, they're back on the board. Delivered by individual brilliance here from one man alone. And that's more like it.
And this is why you can never count around out on the T side of Inferno, right? That's a 4 versus 2, but because of the way the map is laid out, the CTs, they either gamble and leave one site with only 1 defender, or they split evenly 2-2, in which case Eyeballers have a 2 versus 2 on the B site. And they take that fight, and Nine Pandas, just one little mistake from Crad, overextending, breaking setup, giving a fight, completely gives Eyeballers that bomb site. Resort has to play passive, and then a 2 versus 3, that's fair game, especially with a missed smoke like that. Now look what it's done to the economy for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, that's often the reason as well. And if those rounds get played out a bit more, you see the CTs either go for information or just a gamble stack on the site instead. Well, not now allowed. Instead, it's even. Here. Not so even, but the CT side, they're forcing their way into this round, and they're making it look like an easy sweep. What is happening?
You've got 1 M4, the rest are on pistols and SMGs, and you get 4 openings just like that.
Make it 5.
Okay, I see you, Nine Pandas. That was a nice overload as well. That was a gamble setup with 4 players over towards A. They go for just a dry push in towards mid to try and catch Eyeballers off guard, and that's something which Nine Pandas haven't really done so far. They've spent most of this half going 3-2 heavy towards Banana. That's the first time they've really got aggressive towards A, and they tested that Eyeballers default towards A, caught them completely off guard and isolated them, picked them off 1 by 1, and look what it's done to Eyeballers. Now they're the ones going for a force buy. They're the ones with pistols and Kevlar.
God damn. Again, disrespecting the utility on B. But Nine Pandas, I like it. They kind of noticed that this has been happening once or twice, maybe even more than that at this point. They'll let it go fairly easily. They're not going to force the fights when they don't need to, especially when they're aware of pistols on the other side. Boy. Found out, walking through the smoke, leaves that B side now completely inaccessible. Second smoke. Nothing really here. Again, we see a similar duel as we've seen before. One man tries to look out mid, shot down from long. Not a round we're expecting Eyeballers to win in either case, but not finding much nonetheless. As Nine Pandas deal with it. Assuming no shenanigans here in the end either, but you know, maybe not.
Yeah, nice little off angle there from Crad. Not going to be an easy shot.
So, 1v5?
I mean, it's possible. They're giving up the fights, but JW not clean enough on the shots there. Could have had an open B bomb site.
Not
just
today.
One more. Yeah, Nine Pandas secure 7th. That means a guaranteed lead at the half and only 2 rounds left of this one. And at least the first of the 2 Eyeballers going to be on a full eco.
What do you kind of see as the bare minimum for Eyeballers right now? With how the game is currently progressing, and even considering Dust 2 in the comeback, where do you kind of see Eyeballers needing themselves to be in for the second half?
Yeah, I don't know, Eyeballers, they need to, gotta move on. I say that, for now they're going to be going for a classic anti-eco, or classic eco round of just sitting in T-spawn.
Yeah.
Let that time tick down.
Yeah, depending on who you ask, it's called the French timeout or the Swedish timeout.
See, I always knew it as the existence timeout.
Exactly. Also counting in the French department in this case, although Belgian, but yes.
I was about to say, he's Belgian.
I mean, French team.
Yeah, he's French team, 100%, 100%. French teams would have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sitting back here. For those who aren't aware, a bit confused as to why eyeballers are just sat doing nothing here. The whole point is that they're full eco. They've got nothing going into this round. The chances of winning it are next to none. So what they're doing is they're sitting so far back and allowing 9 pandas to, as the clock ticks down, throw more utility, throw more grenades.
I respect
now, normally, the whole idea is to you know, cap the profits of 9 pandas so that they don't have as much money built up. But we're at pretty much the end of the half, so the only real benefit of going for a round like this is using it as a tactical timeout to discuss how you want to approach the next round.
And there you go. On top of the util, they now bait it out. It's 1 kill they get, but yeah, like I said, we're not really getting much in terms of economical damage here. The only way would have been if they get, let's say, 3 kills somehow toward the end there. Maybe they're missing a flash or an HE, but even so, very unlikely. But it still gives eyeballers the chance, the extra time to think about things. And end of the half, 8-4 is the best we can see. You go back to the start of the playoffs here. I said eyeballers are 9, whoever wins their first game makes grand finals. Right now, my faith a little bit shaken, but after Dust 2, I still feel good. I want to see eyeballers still performing no matter what here. But 9 pandas. They've dealt with pretty much everything I wanted to see from them as well in terms of getting rid of eyeballers T-side here on Inferno. They're playing a good game. They're respecting that banana control when eyeballers want to disrespect it as well. They're able to fall back whenever they need to. A couple of rounds where some mistakes had been made. Again, Heap good to find the gap in the smoke. Although, end of the round, or end of the half, change from Shalfie. Fighting, taken down 1. Second, not as easy, but still damage dealt. Molotovs, both down. Can't go through that on Eyeballer's side, instead scot-free.
I was about to say, it's such a high-risk play there. Shalfie, alone on the sandbags, was relying on his teammate's flash coming in. There was no trade potential. The util comes raining in. The flash couldn't have come a moment too soon. Any later, and probably would have got domed. Instead, he gets out of there, gets 1 kill, and yes, he's on very low HP, but got the man advantage and kept eyeballers at bay. And look at this play. 9 pandas, they have all the information. With Al posted with this AWP on short, they know that mid is clear, and if mid is clear, eyeballers are likely going to be in banana, so they stack 9 pandas with 3 players on towards this B-bomb site. Well, Shalfie's fading the smoke. Oh my goodness. He's got another one. Albeit a team kill from JW. With 11 points of health, he's managed to find another kill, and that sets up Result and Crad here to defend this B-bomb site with a nice crossfire, a nice setup, which they mow down all 3. So a 9-3 half and 9 pandas. Pretty dominant there on the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah. Pretty much insane. Like, there's so many rounds where eyeballers just do get kind of baited into going for these duels. And the B side as well, it's a lot of it a very good setup for 9 pandas in a lot of these rounds. And something like this where they get away for free again. There's some issues to be very sure, or to be very frank there. But it's 9 pandas who play a good game. And when it comes now to that first half, it was really just down to B.
Yeah,
and one
I
eco round that
earlier.
eyeballers win, or sorry, 9 pandas win with a force by 1 M4. That should have been the key back into the game.
I said it earlier, right? Inferno relies less on the AWP and more on the 2B defenders, and it's Shalfie and, or rather Crad and Resort fragging out, but it's Dex now who's called up to the plate, but he's only good for 1, overwhelmed. A good trade coming through from Crad. Crad even making it a second, the man advantage and the B-bomb site in their hands. Oh, and Result not cleared. Find a couple more as well. Poi overwhelmed. Crad had a jumping kill to seal it with a triple. 9 pandas up to 10.
Yeah. I believed in Dust 2. Here it seems like 9 pandas aren't entertaining much of the idea of a Dust 2-esque comeback.
Yeah, the scoreline is quite one-sided now.
Yeah, it was 10-4 back then. But...
yeah.
Ooh, yeah, no, it's not looking good.
Especially with Eyeballers being on an eco, right? This time they're full USPs, single Zeus on JW.
Yeah, I was gonna say, respect the Zeus, respect the hustle. You know, it's a free kill. Maybe.
Issue is, I think it's so predictable, the Zeus in towards apps, and, you know, on an anti-eco, there's no reason for the T's to walk in towards apps.
Oh, hello,
there you go, player spotted.
Oh, just shooting at walking in one by one. Spots the sides, 4 players seen in a tower. Like, I wonder what's happening here.
The bomb is still in T-spawn, pretty much, just at the bottom of the ramp.
But I said it before, I'll say it again. Respect the Zeus here for JW. He's got something cooking. Trying to read the T side, but... yeah, it ain't happening. There's, as much as I would love to entertain the idea of a 1 versus 5, even in the wildest of timelines, it's not happening.
Equipped with nothing but a USP and a Zeus. Something out of a movie, that is.
JW First Blood. Equipped with the hells of Inferno with nothing but a Zeus to pick up better weapons one after another, play gun game.
Well, literally.
Horde of enemies running at you, but the first one already too big and too bad. 11-3. All or nothing, do or die. That's what we're looking for, and it's die for heat.
Oh.
Won't do.
For the wide swing towards the top of Banana. HE to the face, finished off by Crad.
Almost spaced the mid with the opening kill, however. Crad will walk through. They know there is going to be someone else close by. Double Molotovs, however, are going to be good. And now in the smoke as well, Dex is able to survive for a couple seconds, but dodging flashbangs, opening up the round. All 3 to Crad, and we seem to be saying goodbye, Eyeballers, almost in just mere moments. And what a game this man is having as well. 20-5.
Yeah, it all comes down to Banana again on this map. If your Banana players are fragging out on either side, it pretty much can single-handedly decide what happens. Because these A players, they can't assist the B defense whatsoever. They can't do anything to sort of soften the blow without going high risk and getting aggressive. But in that case, they might end up giving up the round on their end instead.
How poetic it is as well. With Eyeballers, their constant be attempts and failures, 9 Pandas show them how it's done instead.
Yeah.
And now to hunt down the last few as well. We've got Dell at least. Should be getting 1 here, that's for free, but then it's the more mana power heading his way that is going to be the problem. And Shalfie adds another layer to it as well. He's got Crasher, low HP, but dueling long first. Trying to survive, it's not giving away the duel, just wants to make sure he keeps that alive. But you're looking at match point, series point, and grand finals calling for 9 Pandas. This time, 9 chances to make it happen instead of the 5 or so they had on Dust 2.
Yeah, and this time they're not in an economic turmoil. This time they've got all the funds, all the weapons that they need. It's the Eyeballers who are the ones working on a compromise with MP9s. SMGs lacking utility as well. Only 1 single kit. Could be staring down the barrel of the final round of the first semi-final here at Frost and Fire. And already an opening, Dilladez down to 1 point of health. Finds Poi regardless. Heap successful in fighting for banana control. Only good for 1. Del, an off angle, rewarded. Dilladez low HP, eventually finished off. So man advantage for Eyeballers, as well as heavy map control.
On to Dex and an MP9. This was where they were getting picked off a few times on their T side, walking along. Oh, the problem is...
Shoulder spotted.
Yep. Show him some skin, Crad will take the whole body with him. And instead, it's down to the next 2. Del at least has good position here with the mini pit, or with mini pit and an M4. BW just trying to move accordingly to what he can, or where he can maximize his own profits. They walk in from long, he can duck in and out of these fights. There's no pinch maneuver from short either, so it's full force on this one play. Which Del searches for information. First one found, second spotted, taken down, however, now it's on to JW. I mean, the added pressure of time. That's a free kill coming through. No knife. We're now seeing the normal JW shenanigans this time. Instead, it wants to make sure this round instead gets taken away, but it's down to 1 versus 1 with Shalfie. HP ain't looking all that sharp at the moment. Bomb needs to be picked up as well, but with the Glock he chooses to engage.
Oh
my god. That is confidence from Shalfie to take down or take the trade or attempt, but it's not worked out. Instead, his eyeball is allowed to live for a little longer.
Okay, even then, it goes down to a 1 versus 1. Somehow Shalfie on such low HP still finds JW. And just about that Heap manages to win that fight. 9 Pandas still with the funds to invest here. There is a compromise in the form of the Galil, but that'll be all. Eyeballers still working with SMGs themselves. At least JW has a sniper rifle in hand. Resalt currently has majority banana control in his hands, but flushed out, force in front of the flames. He'll give up an opening kill towards Heap. A dry flash through the smoke. Doesn't pan out. The flash misses. It lands behind the barrels. Instead, Eyeballer successfully secure banana control for what feels like the first time in this entire map. With a 2-man advantage. Des and Shalfie. A minute on the clock. He smoked at the bottom of banana, locked out for another 20 seconds. By the looks of things, it's going to be Dilladez going for hero play towards A, searching for a frag, seeing if he can pull a rotation and weaken the B bomb site. Shalfie, but I think Shalfie's going to group up to join him. And oh, messy spray.
Oh.
HE might be enough.
Yeah.
It is.
You expect the position.
Broken.
Up at the corner, but JW still has to drop on 1 at least. The cross makes it easier to guard. Gotta check the corner though. Check the corner. It's the trade for Shalfie. Instead of a 1 versus 1 to end it, this time it's a 1 versus 2 with more HP to his name. And JW spotted now already. Missed his shot. Forced to take a duel as well. Baiting this. Shalfie. Ooh, not reading this immediately, but noise being made by Heap as well at the same time. And the drop is a USP for JW will do. And a 5th for Eyeballers, clinging on to this hope. And this would be a truly spectacular way to start off the year. You show perseverance in Eyeballers. They're the only team currently to still make it through from the Swiss stage. Representing a comeback on Dust 2. Something akin to that here as well, perhaps shaping up, but it has to be a game without a single mistake is the issue.
It's not like they stormed their way through the Swiss stage either. They went 3-2. They came in like one of the last deciding games of the Swiss stage. Made it here to the semi-finals, and yeah, it would be a monumental feat to make this comeback against 9 Pandas.
Generational fumble, some might say.
Oh, for sure. The 9 Pandas going to be going for a bit of a full eco here. Just a deagle in the hands of Dilladez. P250 on Resalt.
Alright, buddy.
Their turn to go for the slow eco.
You see Crad preparing his meal. Trying to cook something up here for the next round. Slicing and dicing an S round, fine dining. But right now, similar to what we saw from Eyeballers with a French timeout. Although slightly more aggressive. It is still baiting out the utility. It's doing the exact same thing, right? You're gonna have different approaches to this. If you show a little bit of willingness to fight for an angle or two, that baits more utility at the start as well. And it's not like Eyeballers right now want to start pushing in too deep as well. So you gotta give them some reason to throw something out here. And that is a 4.42 caliber bullet hitting the side of Crad. Now taken down with an M4 here as well. And it is kept clean, question mark. No, it's not. Oh my god. I'm just clenching here watching Result get these situations where he can still deal damage. It's not a round win for sure, never. But afraid of what he can do nonetheless. 17 kills, he wants 18. Not getting it. But he's such a talent.
Yeah, that is for sure. But a simple cleanup there. For Eyeballers. Up against nothing but pistols. But this is what Nine Pandas took their time discussing at the start of that round. How they wanted to approach their next buy round. They got everything fully equipped. 4 AKs, even the AWP on Alv. That being said, Alv missing the odd piece of utility to afford the sniper. Even skimping on a helmet. Does appear we've got a couple ticks in chat. Yeah, there we go. Shelfie's disconnected. So, not a point of damage done, so that does mean we can just restart the round.
Chatting's always fun to hear, you know when something's up immediately. But we wait. We wait and we wait.
Apparently, Shelfie's internet has gone down, so we might be waiting a little bit longer whilst he reconnects. Hopefully it won't take too long, especially considering Nine Pandas hanging on the balance. Just one more round is all they need to make it to the grand final.
Dex sending his prayers.
Just praying that Shelfie doesn't reconnect.
Praying to Gaben to cut off his internet. Also, but I was supposed to mention this. Dell in complete darkness. Currently, it should be about 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. for him. The sun's, it's down, but he's been playing like this since the start.
Yeah, no, he's had his blinds closed the entire day.
In the gamer cave, he's ready.
Maybe he's in a basement. No light. The only light he needs is that from his screen.
Exactly. You know, if there's anything the Finnish and Swedish can agree on, it's that no sunlight during the winter is nice. That is just the norm. It's just the norm. You wake up, the sun's going down, you wave goodbye. And it's the norm. Anyone else who wants to join in the same point, free welcome to announce yourself. But for us, we're focusing on round 19. The ending of Eyeballers? Maybe. Stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, Shelfie back in the server. A little bit of a freeze time, maybe kill the momentum for Eyeballers there. Gonna be playing a little bit more passive towards Banana rather than taking it immediately. Throwing some reactive utility. Some retake grenades towards the top of Banana. They secure control. The Nine Pandas weren't in a position to fall victim for that, although that HE domed Resort. Let's put him down to 39 points of health. I think that was exclusively the HE as well.
They still have as well a Molotov on heap, so if they are forced back from this, they can play this passively with the 2. I'm not sure, maybe there's more utility in CT to pick up. I'm not too sure though, looking at it, I don't think so.
I hope so.
Usually you probably would start off with...
there's an extra incendiary.
Yeah, you probably would start off with someone like JW to throw his utility, or anyone else to start off the round and just throw utility on B. Not too uncommon.
The thing is, they are running out of utility, so Eyeballers going to overcompensate. I say overcompensate. They're going to compensate in general by rotating JW over, who does have that extra incendiary, but also an extra player to help defend this inevitable B site here. As the util comes through.
Don't miss the shot here.
Smokes drop first.
Oh no, missed it. The ending is coming. CT side, we've got Dex for the first one at least. JW with him taken down. Maybe gives chance as well for the man on back side. He to deliver something of his own. There's the first one to try to line up the second, but traded. Result swinging out of the smoke. B side taking over the 2-on-2 here for the CT side on that post plan to come back and continue the game.
Both so low health on these 2 Nine Pandas players.
Expecting. Result. Don't go with your knife out. AK pulled out. And down he goes to Shelfie instead, the IGL. 1-2, 1-on-2. And the first swing, it's not gonna miss. Oh, you are so afraid for Eyeballers. Every situation kept close. Kept guessing.
I mean, even the fact that they had Heat hiding in dark, they had the 2 first players dying, JW going down first, Nine Pandas then, after having killed 2, didn't expect a second player, or third player, should I say, hiding at the back of the site, but Heat still only gets 1 from that. It still gets traded, it still goes down to the 2-on-2, it's this play from Resort which gets figured out, and the low HP of these Nine Pandas players, which is their undoing. So Eyeballers climb to a 7th. Nine Panda's going to be going for another eco round. This time the loss bonus is built up so they can afford a little bit extra. Some Tech 9s, some utility, and a hero AK, in fact, on Shelfie.
I might as well for eyeballers. How many times, though, have you seen this round exactly work out for Nine Pandas? Because for me, the answer is way too many times. See it again. Perhaps part of the game. You know, you change up the pace on Inferno. It's banana control a lot of these gun rounds and such. You throw in something fast towards an A side combined with an opening. You got yourself a round that should not have started the way it does, but we'll see if we get to it. For now, we've got Poi. Taking a part of the action. AK down immediately. That's the only rifle on the T side gone. And a fantastic opening to negate those cheeky rounds that I mentioned. Sometimes and way too often it do work out. Especially in these scenarios. Well, grad attempts.
So much time as well, because Alv has ran all the way around to second mid to pick up that AK, which has stalled Nine Panda's attempt to set themselves up for a bit of a mid pop.
Still the utility there as well.
Disengage.
Couple of flashbangs, a smoke deployed on A, now make it 2 with a second down on long. Completely designating themselves toward the B side instead. Alv walks through his first with a flashbang. They pull, add a team kill added to the mix. You count that as 1 for the defense. But the AK kept in play. In from CT is Heap to watch for the cross. And the last 2 try to make this cross as easy as you can, but it's never going to be easy. With JW also joining. A third man in the back as well. And they clean it up, mop it shortly. Give it a second, and there you go. 8 for eyeballers. They're not gonna fumble this bag. Not yet. Not now, at least.
A little bit chaotic there for Nine Pandas. Despite getting the picks, I mean, there was only one player in towards CT. All it took was for one extra player to swing with Alv, and that's it. That's the B site in their control. But he swings solo. I mean, yes, obviously, does get a team killed there. It's still a man disadvantage. But it's this fight right here. Oh, I found we just skipped right past it. It's the swing from Alv where he's completely on his own. Crad is sat behind him reloading an M4, not ready to swing. That could have been the round, but that being said, it was an eco for Nine Pandas. This is the investment. Taking a tactical timeout again to discuss. They don't want to choke this again. Perhaps getting flashbacks of Dust 2. But again, Dust 2, they were kind of up against up against the wall because they shot themselves in the foot with their economic decisions. This time they are getting the buy rounds. This is 5 in a row for eyeballers already. Another 4. And we'll be going to overtime again. Eyeballers already halfway on the comeback.
I mean, they got this exact scoreline already on Dust 2. They made it. Now it's just their road to get here was slightly different. I mean, to come back from, well, 12-4, but hey, half the job is done. And you just treat it with, or as a game with 1 round to go every single time. 1 by 1. Doesn't feel that difficult anymore. Though for Nine Pandas, they got 1 blessing, instead the economy is slightly more forgiving on a map like Inferno than Dust 2. Especially considering the side as well, currently the T's. 1 mistake is all it takes. Crad, 22 kills. Slowed down since we last mentioned him, but we'll find an important kill onto Dex.
A big opening kill, a man advantage. Nine Pandas eyeballers executing now towards Banana. The util was good. They managed to take control, but Dex pushing down on his own. Heap had fallen back to reload. Had able to isolate that fight, and Alv almost gives the frag back in response. Looking for a bit of a pick towards short. And again, no player nearby at that point to go for a trade if Alv had fallen. Shelfie at that point was at the bottom of mid still. Now Nine Pandas, they have the man advantage, so they can play with the control. They can play with the rotations.
That's what's happening with the CT side as well.
And look at this gamble.
To be, you'll leave Dell. A masterclass is needed. At least 2. Preferably even 3. As they decided to enter A, and there's utility being thrown. That brings Heap slightly back, but he needs these kills. Go up watching. Alv hasn't missed too much. And now with a task to do it again, he will not. It's the A side taken over. Seconds to spare on the bomb, but a retake you don't get to see work out too often, now has to for eyeballers. And it all starts with this first one. Swing from short, nothing found, no freebies. And this should be locked in, loaded for that 9 panda side. It's like playing now just a hold side. Pretend you're on the CT side, because this game, it's over. No utility, nothing to give them a way in. It's 9 pandas with the grand finals locked in instead. Pushed to the brink here on Dust 2. Inferno not going to allow for the same shenanigans to happen, and it only takes one round. And eyeballers will fall.
Opening kill to push and pull rotations, have control. Ill-conceived gamble there from eyeballers. Dust 2 especially, they put up a decent fight on the CT side, but I think both sides are really lacking on their T sides. 9 pandas, yes, obviously they've got 2 new additions, but the chemistry, the trading and the spacing really was a big weakness on their T sides on both maps, both of those last 2 maps. But either way, they looked phenomenal on their CT sides, and that's what brought them to victory here and brings them to the grand final to be played tomorrow. Until then, we've got another semi-final to go later on today, and that'll be Sinners versus Wildcard. A little bit behind schedule, so we're going to wrap things up, and we'll be back after a quick break.
Yeah, we've got the first finalists locked in, and the second ones that we're going to find out who's going to be going towards it as, well, pretty much as soon as we can. About 15-ish minutes from now on, we'll start that second semi-final. Wildcard getting some practice in EU before their next tournament here as well. And Sinners, try to make this new lineup work as well. Who's gonna be coming out on top? We'll find out. That's the question. Those are the answers coming up as well shortly. So, with that said, we hope you guys have enjoyed, and we will see you guys shortly. I'm gonna be fading out, and Will Davies gotta take my place, but Timo, it has been a pleasure. But for everyone else watching, hope you guys have enjoyed, and we'll see you guys shortly, so don't go too far.
almost felt like when you would look at a team like Sinners, you would think that, hey, their player Oscar, he's almost like their identity at that point. So that's something I'm a little bit worried about. Are they still going to be able to find their footing within the pro scene without that identity? Or is that new identity exactly what's going to propel them to be better? There's like this theory where sometimes you think that a team losing their best player is going to get worse, but often they even get better because now suddenly you've got everybody else not playing for the sake of bolstering that player. I don't really quite want to make that comparison, but I want to look at perhaps like a player like Simple. Even when he steps out, you bring in a player like Wonderful. Navi was still able to perform really well without him, right? And I think in that sense, perhaps it's a bit of an extreme example, but I'm also hoping that if there's anything that goes positively here, it's something like that for Sinners. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of work to be done. But the story's not over there just yet, right? I also want to look at Wildcard's issues because, listen, they didn't have Fuzi performing. They did have a lot of these individual brilliances that were carrying them to the finish line, which shouldn't have happened because, listen, they were playing against Incilio. That's not a very highly rated team, and they should have never struggled.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, Wildcard have shown that they're fallible, right? They've got weaknesses. That being said, obviously, it is sort of the brushing off the rust, as it were, off of the player break, and hopefully that game's a bit of a wake-up call for them to show up in real force and real form here up against Sinners. And as you touched on earlier with the fact that Sinners have removed Oscar and one of their heavier hitters, their identity, as it were, to then bring in Peepo and Zedko, I think without a doubt Zedko is an upgrade over Mikey for the rifling, and Peepo, I see him more as an investment. I think he has a ceiling which could eventually reach that of Oscar's. The question is, will he reliably be able to step up to that level? And as you just saw on your screens right there, we did have the veto flying through. It's going to be a Dust 2, Nuke, and Anubis are the three maps. Ancient, Dust 2, and Inferno. Inferno. Does HLTV have it wrong?
I believe the maps should be Anubis, Nuke, and Dust 2.
There we go.
Right?
There we go. A little bit confused there. Anubis, Nuke, and Dust 2. So those are the maps that we are going to be seeing. And like we mentioned, the two new additions on Sinners, I think those three maps, at least two of the maps, Anubis and Dust 2, are two very good maps to plug a player in.
Yeah, I suppose so, but then also there's quite a bit of responsibility there, right? Wildcard playing Nuke didn't exactly end too well the last time they played it. However, I still do put a little bit more credit towards that Wildcard side when we're looking at it, when we're looking at Nuke. Anubis, on the other hand, it could honestly go either way. Wildcard don't really like playing it all that much. Sinners, we really don't have much of a sample on how they're going to be playing. So there's lots of room for either squad to be experimenting a bit. I guess less so for Wildcard because they're trying to rest on the laurels that they've already built up after the major. But for Sinners, they can definitely surprise. And I think that's going to be the key element that's going to dictate the pace of the game. Sinners are coming into this with perhaps the chance to have a lot of anti-stratting, a lot of very enemy-specific preparation, but Wildcard, they're not going to have that same, I guess, advantage. And if you look at some of the positives that I could see from Sinners is that they just promoted Peepo to their main lineup from their academy, right? They see something in him, but the question is whether or not we're going to get to see that on the server.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And you hit the nail on the head with a level of surprise because these are three maps, are completely three different maps to what Sinners played in the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, they played Mirage, Ancient, and Inferno, whereas we've got a different set of three maps here. So there's a complete element of surprise. We don't even know how Sinners are going to prove on that one. But if Wildcard wanted to do their preparation, which I'm almost certain they would have coming into this event, coming into this matchup, yes, they wouldn't be able to see exactly how their opponents approached it, but there will still be some tendencies in the overall macro that Sinners bring into these maps. Any holdovers, any sort of systems that they had from the previous lineup might still be in place. And it goes to with anything when it comes to preparation, when it comes to anti-stratting. Having worked as an analyst before, you don't want to rely 100% on your preparation and your analysis. You want to use that more to give you an idea so that you're already familiar with their opponent, not necessarily to hard counter them, so that you already know the tendencies and the timings where players are likely to rotate to, what sort of reactions teams are likely to have in certain situations, rather than sort of being able to directly counter them and say, okay, they're going to be exactly here and here and directly counter them. You know, that's something which Wildcard are still going to be able to do because at the end of the day, Sinners, it's still the same core three players.
The core three is there. However, the question I'm going for is, does Wildcard really respect Sinners at that level? I mean, I get it, it's semifinals, right? But for Wildcard, it's just supposed to be another Wednesday playing against a team like this because they are the favorites in this tournament. They are the highest rated team. And obviously they are going to be giving it their all, but I'm not sure if they're in the mindset of anti-stratting this team just yet. We are going to be kicking it off with the Anubis. Those Sinners on the T side. We'll be seeing Wildcard. Oh, hang on. No, that's the other way around. Wildcard is on the T side, and we have Sinners on the CT.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. Wildcard currently set themselves up for a bit of an A-site finish. They've already thrown a lurk smoke towards A main to block information from Sinners, but that's actually just going to increase the presence from Sinners here as they stack 3 players in, but Wildcard popping straight through the smoke. The flashes, the counter flashes, in fact, wow. From Zedko, and Shock is just going to mow down 2, but hello, Wildcard have something to say about it.
Yeah, JB is trying to fight back with a P250, catches one with his pants around his ankles, 2 kills found, and it's Beastick and Zedko to try and get it done. Shock has already laid out the red carpet, but that carpet's now covered in blood. A 2v3 not looking too palatable, and especially not when Fuzi's gonna put his foot down in the pistol. Zedko, barely any HP, he's limping by, and a jumping shot to end it all. Fuzi does God's work and brings Wildcard the first.
Yeah, some beautiful composure there from Wildcard. Despite losing the initial 2 openings on towards the site, they sat still, waited for Sinners to overplay their hand. They started peeking them in towards the corners when they were literally just sat there waiting for them to overswing, and that's exactly what Sinners did, falling straight in towards those crosshairs, and Fuzi closing it out with a double as well, in style. Puts Wildcard up 1-0. Not only that, Sinners now have to go for a little bit of an eco. Ooh, Peepo did have an MP9 for a second there, but he's just sold it.
He's pondering over the MP9. It's what the P and MP9 stands for. It's mega pondering.
What P and Peepo stands for.
That's true, and he's got 2 of them.
Double ponder.
Yes, he's a real thinker. Speaking of thinking, there's not much thinking here to be done. Just a whole lot of shooting coming out from the T side. Stanislaw, he's got the chainsaw out, up against the trees, and yeah, they stand no chance.
Yeah, quick slaughter there. A couple kills do come through, which is a little extra cash in the bank for Sinners, $300 per kill. So it does give them an opportunity here, some extra utility, some more versatility when it comes to how they want to approach this first gun round. And utility is very important on the CT side of Anubis. It's a map where you start off with so little map control that you have to burn your grenades very quickly. It's one of the reasons why you see on the T side the defaults always start so slow on this map, because they can just sit back and wait for the CTs to run out of grenades and hold for any potential pushes that come through, which honestly the CTs kind of feel they have to on this map. And speak of the devil, Wildcard, very slow start, holding for that aggression.
Yeah, they're going to be playing this very meticulously, not making any mistakes just yet. You can see they're playing the slow default, waiting for that utility to expire, because very early on, we're already seeing the CTs expend a bunch of util. Con smoked out, mid smoked out. We've also got a smoke in A main that's expended very, very early. With 1:15, you are essentially down to 40% of the defensive utility that could have been available. And there wasn't a huge purchase to begin with. You've got to remember, they were lacking on the mollies, and now, with a full minute, there's realistically just 2 pieces of util. It's Beastick with a flash, Zedko with a molly, and a decisive push from Wildcard could shut everything down.
Yeah, this is textbook from Wildcard. You already know this is the first gun round, so Sinners already lacking on the amount of utility that they could afford. So it fizzles away even quicker. And now Wildcard start to make a move. They start to constrict this B site, splitting, taking control of the extremities and making this very awkward. A proactive play then comes through. One of the few flashes that they had left. Zedko pushes in and gets one. Peepo tries to hold onto the site. Again, traded. A 3-on-3 with 20 seconds left.
This could be a bit of a problem. I mean, 20 seconds and Beastick finds the first prong moving in. He's got info on the B main player as well, but they've got to be meticulous in clearing out the site. Commitment to the bomb, and Shock should be able to get him off of it. No, slips the net somehow, pulls out the USB, and Fuzi has a chance here. Not a huge one, because he barely has any HP, but with 14 points of health, Fuzi wants to fight back. Morisco going straight up for the hard clearance. Now, it might give the impression that Fuzi's gone for the full wraparound, but I love this from Fuzi. But Morisco reads it like a book. The pre-fire with an MP9 to avoid any return fire from the M4. Sinners with their first.
It's such a nice off angle from Vuzi. He can spot the shadow early on. A nice proactive play from Sinners. They identified, okay, yeah, Wildcard aren't making a move. They're not moving an inch, not moving a muscle, not making a sound. They're burning out the utility, so they hold on to a little bit, and as soon as push comes to shove, they take the extremities, they take the fights on their terms, they manage to trade out, and with such little time left, it gets a little bit scrappy for Wildcard. And Morisco, called in for the clutch, does find the 1v1 fight. But it's costly for Sinners. This round still working with compromises. A couple MP9s in play on Shock and V-Stick. Still missing some of that utility. And Wildcard, they themselves, losing that round. Also a bit of a compromise. Sonic down to the Tech 9, Glyn on Stanislaw. They are setting themselves up a little bit earlier for that squeeze on towards the B site, which currently only has one defender.
Yeah, and I think the bane of their existence for Sinners is the fact that a lot of utility is expended super duper early. With a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, once again, you mentioned that they were working with compromises, and those are compromises that Wildcard will be taking advantage of. JBA, first man in, does not stop holding W&A as he finds the first. Getting the bomb down, easy peasy. This is not a task that will be arduous by any stretch of the imagination. And when you've already lost your first point of contact on the site, you've got no finger on the pulse, you've just got to back off. These weapons, way more useful in the subsequent rounds.
Yeah, 4 versus 5, not likely. Rather than throwing away the odds at, like a 20% chance of winning this one, they'd rather save the funds so they can have at least a 30% in the next round. I mean, there's just rough numbers, but the example still stands. Wildcard themselves don't have much funds built up, so they're just going to get out of dodge. Not going to hunt too much, try and make sure they can save as many weapons as possible so they can build their own bank so they aren't limited with utility or weaponry at the following rounds.
Yeah, I highly doubt that money is going to be an issue very soon for Wildcard. I mean, they still have at least another one in the chamber even if they lose a round, but money is going to be a sore spot for Sinners continually. This is a very important round for them. They have another crack at it, obviously, with the saved weaponry. But because of the fact that they've had to delve deep into the utility purchases, they are still down to less than $1,500 a piece, and even that's being a bit generous. Wildcard playing the slow default. We've seen this consistent theme from them. They like just waiting outside the extremities. They don't really do anything too early. Sometimes you'll see them pop a smoke towards connector to disallow information gathering from Waters, but other than that, it's really just a waiting game until Sinners will empty their pockets.
Yeah, textbook Anubis. It's the same again. Spreading out on their default they throw.
Someone gave you an Anubis memo?
100%, no?
Swap that because I lose a lot.
Candy. But a bit of util thrown over towards A blinds the CTs of information, keeps them pushed back, keeps them honest. But a decent, educated gamble here from Sinners with 3 players over towards this B site. They know that Wildcard have been conditioning this site time and time again, setting themselves up for these B splits. But even if you do have 3 players, it's still easier than said to try and defend it. And Sus finds the first, but a proactive play does lead to a 2-for-2 trade. And control of one of the extremities. Beastic can now hold down B main from a safer angle, a safer spot, and finds a man advantage, buying time for his teammates to rotate in.
Yeah, all down to B-Stick to make sure that they have a sore spot, but the nade is perfect. Shock, he's got an MP9, perhaps recovers a better weapon, but it is still a 2 versus 2, with Shock's position perhaps known. I'm not sure if Stanislaw spotted him on the crossover, but they are about to meet Papo coming in as well. Stanislaw playing it conservatively. He's got his teammate watching the cross. Fuzi's responsibility is to protect the teammate, but it doesn't happen. Shock feeds Stanislaw with bullets in the back of the body. They have a decent idea of where Fuzi is, and Fuzi needs to play this to perfection. Utility being thrown out, and Peppo will find his number and dial it real good. Sinners, a second round, but that got very scary.
That is such a well-timed push there from Sinners. We always talk about, textbook Anubis, is that the CT sides need to kind of be proactive. They can't just sit back and let the executes happen. They can't vie for map control either and work for information, slowly work their way back like they do on other maps. On Anubis, you kind of have to get proactive, and they choose the perfect time. As soon as the split comes in, all 3 players on that B site charge in towards Connector, in towards Cave, and they go 2 for 2, and it brings space And a numbers advantage to Sinners to set themselves up for that retake. Gives themselves a second round. And full reinvestments have to come out for wildcard, so they empty their bank accounts. It's not a compromise buy here, but it's done damage to their cash reserves. And ooh, look at this push from Shock. This is high risk. And it doesn't pay off.
Exactly, it gets punished instantly. And that suddenly leaves these players scrambling for information. You're now playing a 2 versus 2 setup, and the B-side players start playing conservatively. The idea here is that they go for a bit of an educated gamble on the A side or towards middle, and if that doesn't work out, if B is instantly attacked upon, then you just have to let it go, I guess. And that was a strategy that worked for Sinners before, made sure that they could hold on to their rifles, but I guess this is a bit more aggressive than what a stack would entail. Flashbang Prime to find Stanislaw. They have a decent chunk of info on middle. The fight should be ensuing very soon, but look at how conservatively Stanislaw's playing this. He slips into the window, finds that little timing to surprise Zetko, and once again, they're forced into the split up. Sonic pushing in first on the A side, finds Morisco, and that's it. That's the round under lock and key. Put a ribbon on it. This one's signed and sealed.
A beautiful round there from Wildcard, especially from Stanislaw. Yes, they get that opening kill on towards Shock. They start to crunch towards A, finally starting to work towards middle. Sinners, a beautiful reaction. Like, I love the 4 versus 5, going for a gamble, leaving the B site completely open, and using their numbers in towards mid with that stack to get proactive. But Stanislaw reads it like a book, just tucked in on the shelf of window where he can hide, doesn't get cleared. And that one single kill is enough to close out that round, because then it just leaves one solo defender on towards A. He gets, best case scenario, traded out, or worst case for wildcard. He doesn't even get one. Now B-Stick going to be tucking here towards CT, looking to try and save onto his weapon. Wildcard, and despite not having too much funds built up before this round, they're still going to hunt a little bit, but they'll preserve 4 players surviving, so it's still nice and profitable. Look at this play from Stanislaw, huge.
Yeah, Wildcard, I mean, they have so much control already now in Anubis. And I do respect the fact that Sinners are playing it conservatively when they realize that they have no option left in the round. When the windows are shut, they aren't going to try and smash through them. Because the money, way more important now. Sinners, a respectable amount of money going into the 7th round, but Wildcard, they're slowly creeping up.
Yeah, finally Wildcard mix it up and start to look towards middle. Again, it's the conditioning. They barely touched middle with the exception of that last lurk from Stanislaw. And they're rewarded for it. Dry contact play captures Morisco with his guard down. Man advantage, opening pick. And they can slow things down again, start to push and pull with the rotation, the information, knowing that Sinner's going to start reacting to that lost play. But Zetko may have found the space, may have found the timing to find the equalizer, and that he does. More so than that, he finds the information. Fuzi running towards the A site. Say that, Sinners still lean quite heavily towards B despite that. Might be an anticipatory read. Wildcard are actually starting to shift over towards B.
Yeah, that... Ooh, I think Stanislaw being found here does kind of give them the idea that this could be the eventual A-site presence, because it suggests more of that kind of crunch, but no. They're going to read into it, and as soon as the B-site push starts to culminate, Sinners are already in position for it. And Zetko, it's all about the information he's been able to find through the smoke, lines it up, denies the bomb plan, but there's still so much work to do. They still need to get some more stuff done. Zetko in shock. Oh, that's brutal. They don't even know where they're getting shot from.
That's such a beautiful round there from Zetko. Firstly, the equalizing kill. Creeping his way through the edge of the smoking connector. Peepo finding Stanislaw, finding that lurk, means that then all Sinners have to consider themselves with is where the pack is. And Zetko denying the bomb not once but twice. After proactive play in towards B main. Now Wildcard, finally they can have some compromises in their funds, or at least in their investments. Sonic and Sus down to just 10-9s. Sinners on the other hand, a relatively clean round. They're finally working with 5 rifles.
Bit of a slow approach this time. Wildcard, they've started to realize they need to be a tad bit more elaborate. But Fuzi is their consistent piece that constantly starts pushing in mid. Stanislaw, first player in. Oh, the flashes are potent, but they're a bit too slow. Peppo gets away with more than he should have been able to. But Fuzi's insane push into CT nets him 2 extra. And that's it. Zedko, put a strap on that AK-47, hang it from your back, and run away. Nothing to bring you an in back into the round.
Zedko does seem to be attempting this. Oh, and it's not
called
worth
ambition,
it.
my friend.
Not worth it though. He's lost his weapon. The funds which Sinners haven't had the opportunity to actually build up. That was one of the first rounds where they had 5 rifles. But regardless, an incredible call from Wildcard. They identified that Sinners have been playing relatively passive towards mid. They caught Morisco finally playing aggressive in the last round, kept him honest, and they're like, oh, okay, well, if you're going to play passive mid again, we've stopped you from playing aggressive. Let's just walk our way in, take as much map control as they can silently without letting Wildcard know. And once they're in position, they pounced on that A split, knowing that it was very, very weak. This flash deep from Sonic. Aggression in towards A main, but the Eagle from Zedko. 2 beautiful headshots.
Yeah, and that's an AK-47 recovered too. Backing off comfortably now. Obviously the HP is not something to write home about, so Wildcard can still maneuver into a round victory here, but this is a really good start for a team that didn't have anything going into this round. Just a weird force buy that they were forced into to try and play around the rifle that was recovered. Fuzi. He's been really good on those entries, having a much better day than yesterday, and that's it. He's compensating for it. 12 kills already, 4 deaths. And he's got W taped down. Very consistently finding these forward fights. Again, all the way deep in CT, and they're not going to expect this angle. No way. Sprays another one down. Although he's found by Peppo, he's done all the damage and then some. 2 versus 2. HP lacking for Peppo. Molotov going to impede their progression even further. There's more util to stop the second prong that can come in. And yeah, you just have to dial it in now, right? Never mind. It's a late push. Not sure why they're still sticking around, and I think they're about to find out. Yeah, no kit. You're right. V-stick. He takes the long way around instead of going through... Just holding S and going backwards because he wants to get his teammate's rifle, so he just risks his life for that. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Prioritizing that M4, but that was a force buy from Sinners. Almost goes down.
You're gonna have to play around it again. The fact that they have 2 rifles.
Yeah, I want to see them set them up for some sort of success, going for an eco around them here. Normally you'd see them either go for a proactive play or being set up with a boost somewhere. Common one is boosting on that B site. Pipo taking his in towards mid. There you go, proactive. Wide swing from B-stick, but immediately the rifle drops to the floor. Quick headshot from Sus. Fuzi still doing damage in towards mid, but he's at least traded. Oh my goodness, Stan. Oh my goodness, wow. Stan.
Keeps getting away with it, and so does Fuzi. These constant forward aggressions from both Stanislaw and Fuzi are such a bane to Sinners' chances in this tournament. And Fuzi's just built different today. He woke up on the right side of the bed, I suppose. I mean, 14-6. Yesterday, he finished a map with 5 kills against Incilio.
Yeah, it's like we said, right? It's a new day. It's shaking off that ring rust. Perhaps he had a bit of a pep talk from Amaranth. Who knows?
Perhaps. Is that how people get into the zone these days?
I don't know, you're going to have to ask Fuzi.
I mean, I will say that yesterday I pointed out that he had a bottle of Dior Sauvage on his shelf, and he doesn't today. So, I mean, maybe it's quite the opposite. He is no longer focusing on anything but Counter-Strike. Next thing you know, we show up in the finals with a smaller range of view on his camera because he's just creeped out by us looking at his shelves. It's cropped out.
Oh dear. regardless. Sinners finally coming into this one with a bit of a healthier buy after Wildcard put down saved weapons. It's going to be another 1-1-3 split. Sinners heavier towards this B site. This time getting a little bit more aggressive earlier on, trying to fight in towards cave, but the smokes will keep either side at bay. And it is that stalemate at the start from the T's, just sat back, holding water control, playing to try and keep the CTs at bay. And again, Sinners another attempt. Bit of utility thrown outside of A main to see if Shock can isolate a player. Nothing's going to come of it. Again, the issue is, even with the information that Sinners find here about the setup that Wildcard have, they have plenty of time to make some very quick rotates on this map. It's one of the reasons why it is so T-sided. They are going to force their way through this smoke in towards A main, pushing Sinners back, and I think the Sinners don't have a quick rotate. It's just going to be down onto these two players. A Sonic forces his way through and finds the opening onto Morisco. Almost doubles up. It's down onto Shock. He'll be found by Susp, and that's it. A 4 versus 3 B-bomb site, or rather A-bomb site, belongs to Wildcard. Sinners, do they attempt this retake?
Shock had to waste more time. He had to get another kill, and although it's a bit of a tough responsibility, there was no negotiating around it. But Zedko has at least equalized the numbers. Now they can start pressing forward, but so is Susp. Gets a bit more aggressive, finds a perfect time in Stanislaw, tags in. Now it's just B-Stick. M4 in hand, and more like M4 in the bag, because he wants to run away with it. A good call, I suppose, but margins now starting to run thin. I know that this is a more T-sided map, I guess, but still.
Yeah, it's without a doubt the most T-sided map in the pool. It's also, looking at the stats, the most one-sided map. If you don't include Train, that one's still yet to kind of play out, find out how that one is sided. But you're looking normally at like an 8-4 half, so it is certainly possible for Sinners. But considering the fashion that these rounds have been won for Wildcard, they're without a doubt looking like the better team, regardless of the fact that they're on the favourable side. Just some of the calls, the playing with the rotations, the conditioning. Let's look, second to none. Another opening now. Morisco getting a bit curious, and he was the only player who was solo. Everyone else for Sinners was buddied up, yet he's the one to fall first. A reactive play from B-Stick, tries to find the timing out towards B main, but it's just sat there held by Fuzi. That slow, constrictive style of default. A Wildcard just sit back, wait for the pushes.
Calling that waiting for the pushes is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I'd say that one. Yeah, that one's to be specific, but the other two.
Don't worry, I was just trying to throw you under the bus.
That's right. I'm used to being under buses.
Is stuff that you should be discussing with your therapist and not me. I've actually been ran over by a bus, so I mean...
Oh dear.
Yeah. Times. Parentheses,
Poor bus.
not really. Yeah. Dickhead. Wildcard though, 9-3. Kind of what I expected yesterday. I'm surprised that we saw any resistance at all during their run in this, but...
Yeah, this has just been domination. I mean, this is the last round of the half. Zedko has to go for it. The time is ticking. He has a kit, but just util being chucked towards camera, locking him out. Yes, yeah. I mean, at this point, he's just probably playing for stats, seeing if he can isolate a frag. There you go, a 9-3 half domination for Wildcard here on T side of Anubis.
At this point, Sinners, the bare minimum is to in fact get the piss around. No more compromises from here on out.
Yeah.
3 rounds is way too sparse, and you know that Wildcard is going to be primed and ready for the CT side. This is a map that is generally their bread and butter. Yesterday, they, well, no, never mind, sorry. Got that wrong. It's not generally a great map for them, but when they're performing this well, and the fact that they have suffered a few losses that might now have their head screwed on, perhaps they'll be a bit more focused on the CT side. I want to see if they've been able to workshop some of the issues they've been having. JBA, oh, he's got the right idea. Fuzi finds a couple kills. Peppo and Zetko still trying to make their way into the site. And it's a 2 versus 1 when all is said and done. Susp, he's a juggernaut here. He's got Kevlar, he's got a smoke, and he's got the duel. He's about as locked and loaded as you can be on an unlikely retake. Oh, can't afford to miss the first shot now. Both lasers primed and ready, aimed at you. Headshot connects, and Susp's chances now start to minimize even further. And this Glock is in a perfect position to shut down Susp. Sinners, they needed that desperately.
Yeah, big round to take there for Sinners. I mean, despite losing the first 2 openings, it's the firing squad with the 3 Glocks sitting there towards B main that mowed down the rest. And yeah, you're quite right. Very well needed for Sinners to get themselves some momentum. But Wildcard looking to try and stifle that momentum here with a 4 spy on the second round. A couple MP9s in play. Rest on Deagles and a 5-7. Sinners setting themselves up nice and early for a bit of a B-site hit. Utility deployed, smoke on towards the left side. It allows them to fight out, but a counter smoke comes and should keep them at bay.
Good shot from Susp. I don't want it to end this way. A sign of the times, the alarms ringing. And Susp is spearheading this chance at a 4-spy victory. There's a slow wait outside B main, and yes, outside A as well for Sinners. Waiting on the extremities, waiting for mistakes, but remember, as the time starts to elapse, as we strike a minute on the clock, when the timer's ticking down, the pistols, the 4-spy weaponry, it becomes a tad bit more potent, because now you have to scramble to find them within the sights. Oh, that's not only info, but also a head on the chopping block. Susp has done incredible work already, and he's got teammates, headshots lined up. The Deagles don't stop. They keep popping head after head, and it's Morisco in shock. Looking around themselves, finding nothing but heads screwed with bullets. 25 seconds remaining. Nothing on their side outside of the fact that Morisco's got an AK-47. And if I'm calling for Sinners right now, I'm telling them to bring out the director's chair in T-spawn and go for a nap. Cool shot, but doesn't really matter.
This is kind of one of the talking points that we had coming into this one with Sinners, was the level of playbook that they'd have. Being a new lineup was okay, yeah, they started themselves off by taking B main control, looking to fight towards B, but as soon as they were stifled by that smoke, then what? They didn't have much to fall back on. And normally you'd say, again, like my argument was that, you know, you've got a core of 3 players who would already have the protocols, but there they just peek in one by one. Anubis, well, yes, this is Sinners' map pick. It's a map which they used to ban in their previous lineup, so they don't actually have the protocols to fall back on this one. It's a little bit of a question mark as to why they've gone straight in with the pick. Now a hero AK for Morisco, that saved weapon, and it's not going to find anything. Immediately shut down. One of the things that allowed them to get into the game against Kono in the first place when they were down and out was Morisco just going all in for an aggressive play with hero weapons. But Wildcard not going to allow that to find any fruit. And
oh no.
Hello.
Looks like he... I'm going to guess that his internet died or something, because his camera was also down. I think Sinners are going to take full advantage of this. Damage is already exchanged, so you can't... There's no takesies, backsies in this round. Sonic does not care, though. He is tagged up a bit. Loses a few rings.
Recovery.
But it's okay. Zetko and B-Stick. They've got his pistols. Perhaps a weapon recovered, but the kind you want. Instant headshot. Sonic's been playing those pre-fire maps, and Fuzi makes quick work of Zetko as well. 11-4. Doesn't even matter that JBA's timed out, so realistically only 1 casualty coming out on their side. We're going to be seeing a technical timeout to account for those difficulties. Not really sure where this goes from there other than Wildcard getting a victory. Because they weren't even phased by losing a whole player.
Yeah, I mean, Sinners were sat jumping for joy there, despite losing one of their few rifles. It gets traded thanks to Cosmic Bit Flip or whatever the cause was of the crash. They're unable to capitalise on the opening they get towards that A site. Sonic. Diligent hold with an MP9 of all things up against pistols and Kevlar. At the moment, Wildcard just creeping closer and closer to stealing this map away.
Yeah, the gang signs and everything.
It's always interesting looking at
That
different players, sort of.
I mean, that energy drink feels a bit overbearing there, doesn't
it?
Yeah. Is a source of his power. Two rounds. That's all Wildcard needs. You reckon if JBA doesn't reconnect, they just say, well, let's just go 4v5? You think that's BM?
On CT side of Anubis, yes.
Yeah, I think they'd have the balls to do it if it was D side.
Potentially. I mean, considering they're up against a pistol, likely up against an eco here. They'll find themselves up on 12 within no timer. But yeah, considering the weaknesses that Wildcard showed yesterday, not slowing down at all here, looking very formidable. So JBA is back in the server.
Not for long, though. I mean, I think we're all about to exit the server in just a little while. Sinners, chances now looking bleak. One of the narratives I had going into this game was the idea that even in the absence of Oscar, it would be okay for Sinners because Wildcard don't have their AWP stepping up. I was wrong.
Yeah. I mean, did he even wield an AWP in the first half? Because he was just tearing heads off with the AK.
Yeah, like, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Nobody cares what tool the Opera's using as long as he's got kills on the grand scoreboard. Sonic, he's got a firing range coming his way. Moving targets aren't exactly very friendly to him. And there might be another couple of kills that come through, so this is kind of doable. AK-47 recovered and passed over. And an M4 to boot. Wildcard, this is still very much an advantage for them. Even if they go into Fuzi. Oh, AWP. He switches over to the USB. Unfazed. Unfusible.
It does get a little bit scrappy, and people might be able to actually get a bomb plant here, considering this was essentially a full eco. Since they've gotten away with a lot more than they bargained for. People could do a little bit more damage to boot as well. A wildcard coming in from 3 of the other 4 extremities will clear that out, and process of elimination they'll know exactly where Peepo is playing from, and plenty of utility to deal with him. Can smoke the bomb, molly him off deep, and not even that, it will be easy with the ult to find the finishing frag. Wildcard do convert, they do get themselves up into map point here on Anubis.
At this point, I think you and I can both agree that we're not really seeing much out of Sinners on this map.
Yeah.
The 9 Pandas and Eyeballers game earlier, it showed a bit of promise on the comeback from Eyeballers. But then again, they kind of set that standard throughout this tournament. Like, they were doing that very consistently. They would have these late resurgences, they would have all these comebacks, they'd have all these underdog victories. So, a bit sad to see them go. but we haven't quite seen that from Sinners just yet. It was a rocky showing from Wildcard as well yesterday, so don't think that this ship is invulnerable.
Opening kill from Marisco there on towards Sonic. A 1-for-1 trade over towards A as well.
Not seen
But
this
man
before.
advantage maintained, and the CT side, they're hurt, thinned, but Fuzi has something to say about it. A nice AWP trade on towards Peepo. Regardless, Sinners, I think they're going to be happy with the fact that Wildcard's defense has been thinned. Well, yes, it's a 3-on-3. The CTs have less players to cover the same amount of ground. All Sinners need to do is now group up, trade out the Wildcard, a proactive rotation by the looks of things.
Ready and waiting to clothesline anyone that dares challenge his presence in A main. Double peek about to come through. Oh, big shot miss, but Molotov is there in time. Hard to see through the flames, but he is ready on the angle once more. They're going to try and book it very quickly. Zetko will overrule, but there's another set of flames to try and shut them down. Zetko's doing more damage, and we might not be done with this just yet. Stanislaw, the IGL, coming through for a 1 versus 2. Molotov narrows down his options to just using the right side on this retake. There's a player close to pillar. Can't quite interrupt the bomb plant, so now time is against the side. Zetko going for cute little pot shots, and that will work out in his favor. Sinners not willing to bow down just yet.
A massive round from Zetko there. A beautiful triple kill in the 3-on-3. Puts himself up into 14 frags, head and shoulders above the rest of his teammates. Again, like we mentioned, one of the newer additions for Sinners. It's certainly an upgrade in the rifling department. More of the question mark for the roster changes was whether Peepo could fill the shoes of Oscar. Well, Peepo is not too far behind Zetko. Sinners are certainly very far behind Wildcard right now. Wildcard going to be going for a bit of a force buy in Sonic with the MP9. Hello. An early flash on towards the left side. A reaction off of that mid-aggression is to fight in towards B main, catching and isolating Zetko. So just like that, Wildcard are now the ones with 2 openings. Ooh.
B-stick. Yeah, still trying to claw his way back into this game. Sinners inches away from having to throw in the towel. Fuzi bringing that reality closer. But we've seen clutches before. Sinners, B-stick, Peppo. They've got to step up. Zetko has kept them alive. 14 kills on the man, despite such a convincing scoreline so far from Wildcard. B-stick. Oh no, he's gonna lose his teammate here. 1v4, nothing you can do. Bomb fully in the control of the CTs, even a molly setup. Maybe B-stick can get some consolation frags, that's one. Not quite counting on the full comeback just yet. Sus readied up with a flashbang. Double peek to go through. Spray is successful, and Wildcard easy does it. Is going to make very quick work of Sinners in a 13-5 fashion as we head on to map number 2.
Nuke, a map which we know Wildcard are very favourable on. A map which even yesterday, despite their lack of performance, their weaknesses that showed yesterday, Nuke was a map which they dominated on 13-4 up against Encilio. So Sinners, they're going to need to step up.
And you've got to remember, they dominated on Nuke despite the fact that their Opera wasn't activating. I hate to throw Bafuzi under the bus like that, right? But he had 9 kills on Nuke, right? And then the map after on Anubis, he only had 5 kills to go through. He eventually had a bit of a comeback, ended that final game on Ancient with 13 kills, but he wasn't quite performing as well as we've come to expect. I don't think that's happening twice in a row. And regardless of his performance, they were still very, very convincingly winning out on Nuke. And there it is, the redemption arc. Hard to call it an arc when it happens within one game, but 22 kills for the man to end it. Very convincing stuff from Wildcard, and I'm happy to see that they're performing at the level they are, at the level they're expected to, but it is also a bit disappointing to see Sinners not being able to provide any resilience.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I am just hoping that was a bit of a a bit of a hiccup with the fact that it was Anubis, a bit of a misplay in the veto from them if they did pick Anubis there, considering, again, it was a map which they didn't play beforehand, one which they've, I'm guessing, decided to add recently. But again, if it's one you've recently added and you don't have much of a playbook built up on it because you didn't play it before, why are you picking it in a best of 3? That's the big question mark for me.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a good chance that Wildcard are going to quickly end this in 2 bites. Nuke up next. It's not looking too good for Sinners, but there's always a chance. We're about to find out whether or not we are getting the second finalist in just a moment after map number 2. But before that, we'll
the fact that Nuke is a map which Sinners actually have something predetermined on, right? It's a map that they used to play, whereas Anubis, the map which they just picked there, is a map they didn't play before. So as a new team, they wouldn't have any previously existing protocols on it, whereas this map of Nuke, they should do, right? It's a map which they've had some decent results as well. Their win rate overall is still a positive one, and if you discount the 3 losses they've had most recently, they had a very good win rate on it. But that being said, it's also a very good map for Wildcard. It is literally just a case of that's a silver lining, but it's still a dark cloud for Sinners.
I'm going to say that they've had time to rework things, right?
Yeah.
Obviously not a lot of time, because they were still struggling with some internal stuff, you know, moving up a player to the main roster, finding another player, blah, blah, blah. But I guess, one thing that I would like to think as a win condition for them is appropriate anti-stratting. If they can do that against Wildcard, then they might have a chance. And I'm very happy to see that we at least have smiles on the faces of Sinners. You know, Peppo's still looking fired up despite their loss. You know, you just got to forget about it if you have a particularly hard loss. Eyes on the prize. Think of it as a fresh slate. Just think of it as a chance to take it to map number 3. That's what I'm hoping they'll do.
Yeah, another question mark for me, as you mentioned there, the man on your screen, Peepo. He, well, not on the screen right now, but he was. Peepo is going to be a big question mark on this map because as a younger player, as a player who previously was in an academy team playing in ESEA main, he's stepping into the shoes of an AWPer on a map like Nuke, where the AWPer is really heavily influential on the rotations that happen on this map, and Nuke's CT side is all about those rotations. So he is definitely going to be tested here going in towards Nuke. If he is on point with the rotations, can read the game well, if he can find the right timing to be in the right spot at the right time to support his teammates, then Sinners might be in with a chance. But if he doesn't hit the ground running here, again, with this being his debut on Nuke with this lineup, then Sinners will be in a world of trouble, and it'll be a very exploitable position, which I have no doubt the mind, the brain of Stanislaw over there on Wildcard will be able to exploit if it is visible.
Of course, we are heading straight into Nuke now. No more waiting. No more pondering. It's all about time to figure out what's going to happen on the server. Sinners on the CT side, Wildcard starting on the offense, and they're actually making a pretty aggressive little play here. You've got 2 players outside that are still holding it a little bit conservatively, but 2 of them are going to be popping through from silo. A smoke deployed, and they'll be taking it straight to hell. Susk, first man in, already finding kills. JBA is going to add to the tally, and Fuzi, as soon as he takes contact, he will find success as well. Morisco, Zetko, now, they've got nothing under their belt. They've not been able to do anything. They're hoping somebody will work their way into their crosshairs, but that is a luxury that will not be afforded. Bottom bomb side it is. Stanislaw on the digits. Sinners locked out.
Yeah, what a beautiful little set piece there from Wildcard, exploding into a bit of a lower split, especially with the utility. And every single fight that was taken there, which we had the pleasure of seeing, looked predetermined, looked preconceived. Every single fight, the T's were aware of the possibilities of where they should be looking, and they just absolutely domed Sinners, whether it was preparation, whether they were aware those positions were likely to be played or not. But regardless, the set piece, well orchestrated. A nice fight towards outside, so they can fight with a wrap towards heaven, as well as a split down in towards the ramp to then split lower from secret as well. Really well orchestrated little set piece, and now Wildcard, they're just hunting the Sinners players down. Not a single piece of Kevlar going to be allowed to be saved whatsoever. The only casualty for Wildcard is Sonic, making sure the bomb does go off without a hitch.
Not a good start. Already feeling a bit down after map number 1. Wildcard are looking to just solidify the victory that they feel is destined for them.
Yeah, they want to make their way to the grand final.
They've got their own little graffiti on the ground as well to flex.
True. Sinners going to be taking the eco approach here in the second round, not attempting a second force. Instead, they'll be on a full eco with the USPs. Wildcard, though, using the MAC-10. Get Stanislaw down the vent nice and easily, knowing there's no counter utility to stop him, knowing there's no strong weapons to spam him down either. He can then control the rotations. Wildcard can take their time spamming the long-range fights with the cover of the smokes. With those rifles, get the way down towards that lower site, which will be open for business. No resistance being offered just yet. Wildcard
second round guaranteed, and I'm trying to think of what Sinners need to now start doing. Of course, the first gun round is now on the horizon. Gonna get to see quite a few parallels being drawn here. We'll have to see the duel between Fusing and Peppo. Get to see some of the rifling as well. Stanislaw being the fracking IGL that he is, I think that's going to be the biggest difference maker here.
I mean, even a clinical exit from Wildcard after taking the site. They all leave towards ramp. Clear it out nice and easily. They should all survive in the backside. In fact, no. Suspend Fuzi will go down, and the bomb actually planted closer towards ramp. So, they do lose 2 players, but that's only the Mac 10s that are going down, I believe. 3 AKs kept alive. It's not as costly as it perhaps could have been. First gun round now, Sinners will come into this one with 5 M4s, missing a lot of utility, only 1 incendiary if they wanted to try and stop a top site hit. No AWP either for the rotations on Peepo. Already, a lot of that utility is dispersed. Sinners now only working with, I was about to say, a couple smokes, and both those smokes have just been burnt as soon as I said that. As soon as Morisco falls, all the utility comes out. Now, a minute 30, Wildcard have a man advantage, and Sinners have no utility. 2 flashes.
That was a theme for them in the first map as well. They would expend all their utility, and then they'd be at the mercy of Wildcard spacing. So much time remaining. The world is Wildcard's oyster right now, and Morisco's already down. Sonic about to get a freebie coming his way. He is holding the angle quite tight, though, but doesn't get surprised by it. Expecting another one, sees the shoulder, and he finds a shot on the fadeaway. So he's done everything and then some. That is Sinners once again locked out. Shock and Peppo, best case scenario to save, but even that scenario is one that will not be afforded to him.
And it's a standard reaction there for Sinners, right? You lose outside control, you lose the rotations of the control of the rotations towards Secret. So you negate that by taking lobby, but they don't even make it past the first hurdle. They don't even make it into hut.
Shock here, right? Yes, he does. But
Wildcard might start to hunt. You already see them locking him in.
yeah, they've got plenty of money. No, I'm wrong, is what I'd like to say. Should be a bit more conservative. Shock has gotten way too much damage off. That was a singular player remaining there at the end, and he's able to find 3 kills for his troubles, and he gets to stay alive. So, not bad damage at all on an individual perspective, but I don't think Wildcard are going to be too hurt by it, at least not for now. If they start losing rounds, then they're going to have the cogs turning about, hey, maybe we shouldn't have wasted those 3 AK-47s.
They are going to choose to go for a bit of a force buy here. Perhaps incentivized by the amount of economic damage that they had done to Wildcard. Might be thinking in the back of their heads that, okay, well, if we are able to upset on this force buy, we'll be granted with an eco. This round is worth more than just 1 win. It's not a terrible force buy either, considering they have 2 M4s, but already an opening kill. Again, Wildcard find Sonic, or find Beastick off the back of Sonic. Blowing open the squeaky door, jumping on top of the little box on the side. Lovely little off angle.
Wildcard straight into ramp once more. Man, it's a nice shot from Peppo, but I don't think it's ultimately going to matter.
Still a man
convincing
advantage.
as it gets. Is this an empty bomb site that they're walking into? Midgets should have no trouble getting pressed.
Sinners do seem to be attempting this. They've rotated down towards vent. Both players in the single door. Yeah, it's so much util on Wildcard. I should look to save now. Just try and hold on to this 1 rifle, this MP9, this scout. With this being a force buy, they've got no cash for the next round. They'll be on a full eco, so whatever weapons they can save will certainly help them out greatly. no matter how weak those weapons are. Better than a USP. A clean start for Wildcard here, 4-0. And while their start on Anubis was also pretty much just as clean, on Anubis, that was a T-sided map, and also the most one-sided map in the pool. This is the most CT-sided map, and Wildcard still find themselves in the lead on the T side.
And it's a lead that'll be really difficult to shake. You got all the confidence of map 1. You know you're the top dogs of not only this tournament, but also on this particular map, you're just a Goliath. Outside has been the bread and butter for them. They've very consistently been able to find space. Oh, Sus gets a bit aggressive though, and he doesn't have any support. Now Morisco is getting a tad bit aggressive. Sonic will provide a bit of a distraction from lobby. In the meantime, it's all coming down to the individual duels outside. Morisco, if he can get another, then maybe Sinners can start bringing it back. Stanislaw expecting it, but still out. Aimed by Morisco, single-handedly, 3 kills. Shock and Peppo get some work done too. Sinners, a first.
It was essentially an eco. They didn't invest anything into that round other than the weapons they had saved. That was the one saved M4, and it finds a triple kill. It finds not just the opening, but also enough to close out that round in clean fashion at that, meaning Sinners, they get to find these upgrades, pick up these rifles. They don't have to make a single reinvestment. That's a very, very profitable round. Still working with one MP9. Regardless, cash in the bank. And the early display of utility from the T's on towards that top site to make it uncomfortable. Molly towards main and top of hut. Limits the positions that Sinners will likely play in. Bit of conditioning. Even if they aren't using that utility in this immediate round. Still draws out some more grenades from Sinners. Still keeps their attention and also makes them conscientious about it round after round.
We finally see the pushback from Sinners. Oh, Morisco spots one, knows there's another one here. He's so worried about Garage, he cannot focus on any singular fight just yet. Stanislaw watching for any secret aggression. But this is such a monstrous pincer. It's all about the timing. The flash comes out, but it's a little too far forward. It's gonna get Sus caught. But JBA is able to respond now. Peppo activates. Oh. What a good shot onto JBA. 4 on 3. And the ramp aggression should start coming out now. Shock making his presence known. Sonic will be down and out. And one by one, somehow we see the Sinners individuals overpowering what seemed to be an unbeatable squad of Wildcard. Still, there is a chance. 25 seconds. Stanislaw down into Secret. One player still lingering around in Garage to be a menace later. Problem is, they need to make this bomb move, and they need to make it move fast. Peppo, another defender waiting on the B site. 10 seconds to go, and yeah, this is where you just out of this one. Unless Stanislaw was already at double doors. Nothing to do about it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah. Despite how one-sided that first map was in favour of Wildcard, still can't count out the individuals as Sinners. They can still go toe-to-toe the players over on Wildcard. And on the CT side of Nuke, it's a map where these individuals can put themselves in advantageous spots to win these fights. The Sinners get their second round on the board, and they've started to show some cracks in the funds for Wildcard. They're going to be working with bit of a force after a couple saved weapons. Still have that AWP in play up on Fuzi. See what they have in mind here. A bit of a tactical timeout. They can discuss how they want to approach it after losing 2 rounds in a row. Two AKs, 2 pistols. Now, on this kind of buy, my thought process is, okay, you either want to get the Tech 9 involved or get the AWP involved. I've set Fuzi up for an opening pick, or set Stanislaw up with this pistol, or use the fact that you've got a cheaper weapon to go for an entry somewhere, and it seems to be the latter. Stanislaw taking point with the entry, but Shock, beautiful shots. Always good for the double kill holding ramp, and a quick reaction from Zedko cuts Fuzi off.
Some really good work from Wildcard to make their way to the bottom bomb site, but they've had too many casualties. 2 versus 4. Shock and Zedko, they've done God's work, and now it's all about sending the message home. Peppo swings out of doors, and that is all she wrote. Now, a singular round in between the two, and there's not even much money to fight back, so Wildcard, they will just have to wait for this tie-up. Unless we see some more of those Deagle shenanigans that we saw all the way back in Anubis.
Yeah, those were some very, very clean shots over in Anubis.
I will say, this is already
those.
a better showing than we saw in Anubis. Like, we're kind of closing in on that scoreline, right? But more importantly, like, if you just look at sort of the individual stuff, we're seeing Shock activate, we're seeing Zedko be good, we've seen a couple of really nice shots from Pepco. It is going to be a pretty standard push straight out of A. Oh no, is it working? Shock, you need to do a tad bit more, buddy. Nade and Util coming out, they still have to get this bomb down. 2 players readied up, one of them being an Opper. The Molotov to make this an awkward engagement, and I like what the Observer's doing here, because we need to see everything. Ooh, insult to injury on the camera, huh? 2 versus 4, pistols in position, and the sprays just aren't connecting. It's the wrong weapon to have for this position. Leaves the situation. Peppo trying to stay alive, they know that the Opera was here. Last scene, still trying to go after him. Oh, sees him from the corner of his eye. Peppo is history. Wildcard.
It's a full eco, man. A full eco. I mean, that is perhaps the fruits of the labour from the conditioning.
Not the Deagles like that.
But like the util that Wildcard had been throwing on the previous buy rounds, they were constantly throwing a molly towards main, a molly towards top hut. On this round, because of that conditioning, Sinners don't play on top of hut. They play towards the back of site. If they have a player top hut, they're in a position to dodge and avoid the flashes. But instead, they're able to charge out. The flashes blind the players who are stuck at the back of the site, and the pistols are able to overwhelm. And that's enough of a round win to give Wildcard a kick of energy into this one to get an opening, but it's answered back in kind with 2.
Oh no, this is not a great smoke, because Zedko is now... I guess it buys time for him, but... can barely see anything. They can creep past him. I don't think he realizes that this much space has been granted already. 2 players down into secret. Shock's not ready for it. Peppo's not going to be expecting it either. There's only 1 player to worry about on ramp, and he is creeping up. And surely he's going to get caught by bullets very soon, because Shock has the right idea.
Oh my goodness.
Comfortable position, but Shock gets it. However, bomb's already down. 2v4, possible, but see whether or not it's probable.
Every single time he jiggled, Sonic would move and no longer be in view.
I like this position from Stanislaw. He's playing it very far forward, wanting to catch Beestick on the drop, and he is very solid in his resolve. Now, 3 players coming in from ramp. Beestick slowly coming down as soon as Stanislaw moves off the angle, so this is perfect timing. Fuzi shouldn't be expecting it. They have this false sense of security because Stanislaw was there a second earlier, but the IGL still wanting to fight back. He's got a hole in the door that he's taking advantage of. Gets the... Ooh, I thought he'd be able to get them off the bomb. It's sticking down, and they can't get it there at the end. Just enough time being bought by Stanislaw. And Wildcard had no business getting that.
It's a 2 versus 4. And Beestick plays it so well. Not going down the vent until his teammates start to make enough noise towards ramp, until his teammates actually start to retake the site itself so he can flank them towards the extremities. But there's not enough time on the defuse. They spend too long setting themselves up and Stan. Well, yes, he doesn't actually kill the diffuser. Wait a minute, hang on. Zedko did have a kit. Okay, I thought Zedko got on the bomb without having a kit, but he did have one. But regardless, it wasn't enough time. And Wildcard steal that round away.
Of time as well, right? Like you play that situation back, maybe like half a second or something.
Yeah.
Oof, it's disgusting what Wildcard got away with, and what Fuzi gets away with. Swipes his op through the credit card, and Beestick is now gone.
Proactive play coming up here towards Secret.
Okay, Shock. That's not a bad output at all, but problem is he's wielding the little brother of the M4s that doesn't have too many bullets, but even the little brother gets away with 2 kills. Now, down into Secret, Stanislaw. hastening up his progression, and he just goes straight past him. And he's got the bomb, by the way, so he could just be planning inside it. At least that's the impression he's trying to sell. He has found a safe corner, so we might eventually end up seeing that bomb plant. And with Fuzi now starting to activate, as he takes the fight with the stairs player, they might think that B bomb site is clear. But Shock could have a really good drop. One player down, Stanislaw on the angle, but he moves away, will be caught. Now the bomb's in no man's land. Sonic, everything to do. Not seeming very likely. There it is. First shot, at least collected. Smoke down. A 1v2 now looking possible. 30 seconds on the clock, so he's got to make it work fast. Instead, takes another step forward and makes it past the smoke, dealing some damage. Molotov is going to dissuade any progression onto the site. Barely avoids the nade. He's got the bomb. He can still take it all the way to A, but he's got to watch out for vents, and he's not ready for Zedko.
It takes a quad kill from Shock. Look at the scoreboard. Shock is 14 and 6. The next closest person on his team is Peepo with 5. And I mean, I'm still, the entire round I was bewildered by the presence of mind from Stanislaw, not hearing the reload, realizing that at some point Shock has to reload. So he slowly chases him, and as soon as he hears the reload, he starts sprinting, activates, and gets himself onto the B bomb site. And I think at that point it's like, wait a minute, how have I got this far? What am I supposed to do now? I think he kind of got lost in the sauce, waiting for his teammates to activate. Regardless, Shock is enough to get Sinners a 4th round. Wildcard, though, already up on 6. They are going to be going for a force buy here. 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and 1 single AK on Susp. We saw them win a round with less beforehand. And if they do manage to win this force buy, that'll be a disaster for Sinner's economy on the final round of the half.
Waiting to see whether or not Sinners can make this a more palatable affair, but at least the signs are looking good. A sign, actually, because it's just Shock, right? Waiting to see some more output. Oh no, this is a very fast progression here, but they have avoided the 1 point of contact. JBA eventually gets into a fight with Morisco. No, it's happening again, Mr. Timo. Oof. Op recovered, 2 players down. So many advancements in their position. We've got Stanislaw all the way down in secret. We've got a garage player that has an AWP. Sinners are going to have their heads on swivels to catch every position possible. You can see how uncomfortable Shock is. He stuck himself into a corner because he's worried about the heaven progression. Yeah, almost feels like their sides are switched, like Sonic is playing as a CT right now on ramp.
Wildcard are just freezing, slowing down with this man advantage, and these explosive rounds from Wildcard are so phenomenal because they always have a player in a position to capitalize on the chaos somewhere else.
No, Stanislaw actually moves up.
No.
This sells the impression that this is going to be the A side hit, so now they should have no trouble securing ramp because they already have Sonic in there. It's just Zedko waiting with open arms. He's got the rifle. There it is. First shot connected. Now they're going to have to fight for their meal. It's not as easy as that pistol round they got earlier. They've got to do a tad bit more work. Susp wanted to take the bull by the horns, though. Flashbang to help him get in the single door. And Sonic, coming around the corner, sees the foot, preemptively shoots. Susp finds the final kill. And Wildcard, with barely any resources, will get another. That has got to hurt.
That's unbelievable, man. Like again, I'll reiterate, the set pieces that Wildcard have in these situations are so good, not just because of how explosive and they catch people off guard, because they always have a player in a position somewhere else to capitalize. Normally it's Stanislaw. This round it was Sonic coming in towards ramp to get that kill, picks up the AWP, but this 2 versus 3 was played to perfection. They see the single door is open, Susp creeps in, flash in, isolate the fights, and then they just split on the last 2 players. Beautiful counter-strike, and as mentioned, they've broken the bank for Sinners on the final round of this half. Sinners are forcing up. Pistols are Famous, which is now dropped down to the dirt by JBA. This is a disaster for Sinners, and Zedko almost getting a knife kill, but Sonic but to stop to it.
That's unfortunate. At least it would have worked something for the confidence, but now Wildcard are just walking in willy-nilly, no issues whatsoever. The 8th almost guaranteed unless we see some of the best 5-7 pistoling we've seen all year. By that I mean like the 12 days of January.
I mean, it's not impossible. It's a small sample size to try and beat. Peepo tagged in the molly. It will be an 8-4 half domination there from Wildcard here on their map pick on the T side of Nuke of all things. And one player I do want to call out is Peepo. Like we mentioned, one of the newer additions to Sinners, the most inexperienced player on the server as the AWPer. I called out that the rotations would need to be good from him if Sinners need to stand a chance, but he was very unimpactful. His rotations almost always consisted of him just filling in for ramp. It's like something would happen on the map, okay, Peepo would go ramp, so that the ramp player would rotate down to lower, something like that. It was very unimpactful when it came to actually helping towards outside, when it came to rotating into the mid-round or going for the opening picks. It was very one-dimensional. If you want to see a proactive AWPer, you want to see him try and control the game. I barely saw him go for any picks in towards lobby. No hut peaks, no squeaky door peaks, no ramp peaks.
I'm gonna say that that replay was just a compilation of everything that went wrong for Sinners. Like, the missed defuse, losing to the pistols twice, everything, the whole 9 yards, but at least they have a chance to turn things around. No, Sonic has something to say about it, but Sinner's words are louder. A-side control established, JBA and Susp on the back foot, and JBA will be on his back as he falls. Susp, 1-on-4, he's creeping in from behind. One could be a guarantee if he can at least get the drop on him, but that might not happen. As soon as he presses E, they're going to know exactly where he is. He wants to wait. Wait for somebody to walk into him. There it is. The door opens up. He's offered a chance, but he simply cannot take.
Yeah, very important round win there for Sinners to try and keep their hopes and dreams alive. Shutting down the wildcard aggression in towards hut. Reacting, pouncing, capitalizing on that space. A wildcard here on the CT side of Nuke going to be going for a force by attempting that second round break. If they can win this, they'll destroy the funds for Sinners. But it's not going to be easy. They're working with Deagles and 5-7s. Like I said, we did see them do the exact task required over on Anubis, and they are stacked heavy towards the ramp here. The 5-7 of Susp is going to find two, sets up Stanislaw for another two of his own, and suddenly it's just Zedko in a 1 versus 4 after finding those trades. Now to the 1 versus 2, but Fuzi's not going to expect him. Body shots, and they do it. Wildcard stack towards ramp, and they mow Sinners down, and that's exactly what I love to see. Time and time again, I see on those second round force buys from the CTs, they just go, we'll get Kevlar and Deagles, Kevlar and 5-7s, and then they just play a default. But what I want to see is exactly this. Go for the stacks, go for the overloads, go for the gamble plays, because if they do go your way, you demolish them.
The problem is that wasn't even much of a stack, right? Like, they just first get their asses handed to them by just one player that peeks into them. 5-7 from Susp. And we're on what? The third low money round being won by Wildcard, and there was a failed defuse in a 4 versus 1.
Oh.
Sanders on a match to freak of Wildcard though. Couple pot shots pay dividends. They're about to overwhelm JBA, who at least takes one victim with him before he drops. Fuzi and Susp on for the 2 versus 2. Hans is looking good. AK-47 in the hands of Beestick. Yeah, it'll take a little while, but Beestick should be joining the party anytime soon.
Fuzi's not waiting a minute though, he's pushing in. Going in towards Squeaky, but he might meet Beestick in a second. Spotted. Beestick wins that fight. Leaves Susp in the 1 versus 2.
If they go to A, they might be walking into a very difficult duel, but that's not what they're doing. Instead, they change their minds. On to bottom site we go. Weapons exchange hands. Beestick wants to make sure that the player with Kevlar is the one that's wielding the automatic weapon. Smoke. Bomb should be a comfortable plant, and he's going to plant it at the edge of the smoke so he doesn't get spammed. Little does he know, didn't need to be all that diligent. Susp, though, now his position is known. Oh, wastes quite a few bullets on the right side, but he gets overwhelmed by Beestick with bullets to the side of his head. Sinners, they turn things around.
Yeah, some wild kills to get them into that sort of 3-and-3 scenario. Beautiful shot on the scout from Pipo. Zedko a 1D through a smoke, but I mean, to win a round, you have to have shots like those. Like that. To win a round, it's not reproducible. That being said, they do have control of the economy after fighting back their wildcard. Will be forcing up again. Couple 5-7s, couple MP9s. Fuzi with the scout of his own. This time Sinner's not falling for the trap. Over towards ramp. Actually, I like this. You had Sonic starting down lower, having broken the window. Stanislaw, whilst he was semi-stacked on towards the ramp, was actually there to boost up Susp. Stanislaw can later go down towards Secret to join Sonic, so they have a two-man play, a two-man gambit. It's often you see on these anti-ecos that teams like to avoid the close angle positions in towards the A site by coming out of lobby. Instead, they often fight towards outside, and when you go towards outside, you know, you're either going to wrap or you're going to go down towards Secret. Whichever one Sinners choose, they'll either walk into the two-man stack, or the two-man stack can get a very quick flank. It seems to be the latter, but Pipo has it held.
Yeah, a couple kills found. Sonic is able to respond in kind, but not kind enough. A singular kill for him. 35 seconds remaining. Sinners, this could get a bit dangerous if they walk into the pistols late. Shock, beyond the angle, has the MP9 turning the corner. But Susp isn't going to be all that successful. 20 seconds to go. JBA can still be a huge menace. That's it. First Shock connected. Is still looking for the player outside. In the meantime, Sonic needs to be cooking up a mean storm as well. 3 versus 2. A doable prospect for wildcard, but Shock holding this nasty little angle makes it nigh impossible. Plays it to perfection with the lack of HP he's got. Sonic turning up the heat as he comes up with the MP9, but there's not a whole lot of time remaining. He needs to recover that AK-47 fast because he has run out of bullets. Needs to grab it on the way down. Never mind, he's on the reload. He's got in the reload, I meant. There's simply not enough time to make the full commitment. Sinners, 7 rounds, not bad at all, and I think they might not be up against the ropes anymore, team up.
Yeah, they've certainly closed the distance, and they like to close it even further with wildcard. Going for a full eco. Finally, the back and forth of these 4 spies subsides. And unless wildcard can pull off some wizardry with these USPs, then Sinners should get themselves up to an 8th, and at that point it's a 1-round game. And not only that, it would be wildcard on the back foot, economically speaking. Oh, nice little tap there from Zedko, catches Fuzi. A relatively uninspired setup from the CTs.
Let's say, so we have wildcard winning an interesting 1v4 because Stanislaw can get them off the timer in the nick of time, right? And they win 3 rounds where they have not much of a buy, right?
Yeah.
Why is the scoreline still only 9-7? That just tells me that Sinners are doing way better on the gun rounds. It's too close of a scoreline when you have essentially 4 freebies that perhaps you've forced into your hands, yes, but it's not enough of a difference. And now Sinners with 8.
I mean, what was the score of the half? 8-4, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I think more of a case, in my opinion, that Sinners have just had control of the economy here on the second half. Yes, obviously there was the back and forth of the 4 spy. But if anything, that back and forth favours the T's because the CTs is so much more costly for them. And the T's can always get out of that back and forth, that economic limbo, by getting a bomb plant to supplement them.
How quick Morisco is. No, wait, they don't even expect him. There's so much commotion going on that Sonic can't hear any of the footsteps coming from Morisco. 4v4, oh no, they're punishing. Susp, his aggression is perfect. Clamping down from every single angle. And there is no way you can fight back unless you've got double AK-47s in your hands, and even that's a bit of a stretch. Susp, Fuzi. They just have to shut down Zedco now. This is a really good start to the round for them. I say start as if it's not nearing the end, but remember, we still have a full minute on the clock and then some. It's all about whether or not Zedco can minimize information before he makes it into his site. It's all about isolating the duels.
I don't hate this from Wildcard. They've completely given up the bomb, and it means that Zedco, even if he does recover it, will spend a lot of time trying to clear out all these angles in towards lobby, making sure that he can safely recover the bomb. He simply has to. He can't risk just rushing in and grabbing the bomb. And that means that by the time he grabs it, there'll be, 30 seconds left, and then he's got to choose A or B. In which case, Wildcard can be split on either side, and he won't have enough time to clear all of these angles out. He'll just have to rush the plant, in which case one of the players can then just peek out from their hiding spot. He has chosen the easier of the sites, the A site, where he can plant safely. It's Fuzi with the AWP. I say that. And just walk out. Smoke. Not quite complete. Zedco will be punished. So yes, Wildcard forfeit the bomb plant. They secure out that round. The 2 versus 1 expertly played.
You're right. The fact that they abandoned the bomb is probably what gave them the best chance. And, you can't hate on Morisco. He got a really nice entry there. But I would have loved it if there was more support around him, especially because the outside player is just left doing nothing there, right? Zedco so far away from the pack, and yeah, he gave an honest crack to the 1 versus 2, but didn't end up working out. Now, economy is still okay for Sinners, so I'm not too worried for them. But it's just a grand scoreboard, man. Wildcard already have a map. They're up 10. Up by 2 rounds. All it'll take is 3. We'll be waving goodbye to Sinners unless they can still have a say in this matter. Would be a shame to see a 2-0 in the semifinals, so I'm still hoping that Sinners can bring the heat. Early util drawn by Wildcard, but the Molotov is going to force JBA off the angle, still playing on the corner. But the crux of the action will be happening outside. 4 players committed to the cause, only 1 in lobby. Are Wildcard going to take this head on, or do they play this conservatively? We can see some util being popped out and attempts through the smoke, 1-for-1 trades in lobby, and now all they've got to worry about is outside, and that is in fact where all of their artillery is going to be focused. Stanislaw finds a kill, Heppo is down, Morisco looking for duels, and this dastardly duo of Zedco and Morisco have suddenly made things a lot harder, but Sonic coming in from ramp has cleared out hell. Down to the 2 versus 2, still a minute on the clock, and they have bomb control, so they can still make things work. Stanislaw, he's on the angle. Hard to get past this fragging IGL. Pops a smoke to give himself some mobility, but it goes a bit too far. B-Stick will find him. And the smoke will provide some faux cover from Mini. So this is a comfortable plan for B-Stick, and he can even play around it. Has enough time for the reposition. The Sonic is going the long way around. Has to go all the way from heaven. That's just more and more of the time being taken down. The odds slowly skewing in the way of B-Stick. They climb up the ladder silently. There's plenty of angles to clear. He's got a smoke, and that's got to be his priority. Right now, the only chance he has remaining is just the prospect of a ninja. Tries and bait it out, and it's all about whether or not B-Stick can find him through the smoke. No, he's going to have to go for another tap on the bomb. There's simply not enough time. And Sonic running away is an exercise in futility. As Sinners get the 9.
Beautifully read clutch there by B-Stick. So he gets that trade on towards Stanislaw, identifies, okay, wait, Sonic's the ramp player. Sonic's likely done an anticipatory rotate down towards that lower site. Even if he hasn't, his rotation down towards the lower site is much quicker than that of A. He just sits back, lets that time tick down. The Sinners keep it a 1-round game. After some beautiful trades, some beautiful frags coming out towards outside. And not only that, they've broken the bank for Wildcard again. Wildcard, the 1 round that they did win to get themselves up onto 10. It's only a couple players surviving. It's costly. Therefore, bank broken here as they lose. Be going for a bit of a half investment. Some upgraded pistols. Couple pieces of Kevlar. We have seen them win with this kind of investment, but
It's worked before, but I feel like Sinners are almost ready for this at this point. If I'm in the shoes of Sinners, I am extra cautious of those pistols, and that's exactly what they're doing. You see them playing the slow default. Shock is ready to receive. It's the catch. Susp is out. Now, the 4-on-5. Should just be a matter of Sinners waddling over to that 10th round. No troubles, no questions asked. We all know that the story is far from that simple when it comes to wildcard.
I do like this. They're setting themselves up quite forward towards the inner sight. Stanislaw in towards Squeaky, the other two players in towards Hut. It's close quarters positions. These pistols find a couple of frags, but I think Sinners have managed to avoid this. They're setting themselves up towards ramp. That being said, Wildcard will have an early flank should Sinners make enough noise. Oh my goodness. I'm just looking at the minimap now, this fight towards outside. Risco down to just 3 points of health.
No, dude, so much time has been wasted now. If they go to the bottom site, yeah, it's still going to be okay, but if they make the mistake of even daring to go A, that would be a problem. Now, Wildcard, they know enough sound has been made. They are quickly going to book it down to B. But even with 15 seconds, I think Sinners are safe here. Their best bet for Wildcard would just be to interrupt the bomb plan and then try and defend it, but that won't be allowed. Happy to see the Sinners can keep things in check. Double digits, guaranteed now. It did feel a bit like Sinners might have overcooked it for a second, right? When they had a player going all the way out garage and he's checking secret. They're so worried about the pistols that they're instead circling the map like it's an island.
Yeah. It's very high risk as well with Marisco being solo, because that means that if he gets picked off, there's no trade and it's a rifle dropped over.
Yeah, and Sinners have had a hard time against pistols lately, but... and they still are, apparently.
Look at the
at least they can get the round one under their belt, but you're right. Such a lack of util, and I'm sure Wildcard will take full advantage of it. Unfortunately, they don't have an AWP, which would make it much easier to pick off an offense that doesn't have any util. But once again, I think one thing that would really help Wildcard's case if they had one player to just really stand out, and you know Sonic's been trying, Susp has been okay, but this is where I'm kind of missing the potential we were seeing from Fuzi earlier. Because his counterpart, Peppo, he's doing okay.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. Fuzi's definitely cooled off compared to how hot and fiery he was over on Anubis. Again, a tied score. I mean, who would have expected this? After Anubis coming into Nuke, the map pick of Wildcard, that had become a 10-10. Perhaps that silver lining of Sinners actually having some set pieces, a playbook on this map, a bit of a holdover from their previous lineup. Perhaps it's a bit more of a boon, a bit more impactful than we thought. Will be an onslaught towards outside. Sinners rolling out, but Sonic, nice little off angle around the edge of the credit. We'll find Marisco shuts down their entry fragger, but overplays his hand, still continuing to spam, eventually spams back in response. Sus trying to activate.
Ooh.
Ooh,
I thought he overstayed
control.
his welcome there.
Yeah.
But no. There was a chance that if he gets bad timing, then he gets peeked by the players in Redcon, but he narrowly evades certain death. Minute and 8 on the clock, and Sinners with not too much control. They've lost their outside presence. They're coming all the way back to lobby, and this will be the eventual A-side hit, but the problem is they have two players ready and waiting to receive. JVA doesn't even need to worry about outside, but now he has to worry about Shock's entry. Two quick kills found. That's exactly what we've been coming to expect from him. 24 kills for the man, but Fuzi still has something to say. 2 kills, 3, no! B-Stick denies, and he has the right weapon for a singular headshot, and he'll get it. What a chaotic round, but Sinners will persevere.
He literally called out his name at the start of the round as well. Fuzi, we needed him to show up, and he did, finding a double kill where he should have probably only got one. But it's B-Stick who digs deep with that clutch. The 1 versus 2. Low HP over on Susp just wasn't enough. Or rather, was just too much. The wild card. And Sinners, they've taken the lead here, 11-10. And again, wildcard constantly on the back foot economically. For every round that Sinners win, means another eco for wildcard.
And listen, I know that Shock's a fantastic player, but man, is this a life game. 24 kills and 12 deaths. He is looking like a smurf against wildcard at the moment.
He's a bit of a multi-kill merchant.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons why I mentioned
entry,
the
by
pre-game.
the way.
Yeah.
Like at least in the few times we've seen him activate, right? He is kind of taking on some of these entry duties. He was forced to do it in the previous round as well, where he gets a double kill. So good on the clearances as he's coming out of A main.
It's one of the reasons why I mentioned in the pre-game that you can never count Sinners out of a round because of the multi-kills just out of nowhere. But wildcard hold the door. They're getting aggressive here with this pistol round.
No,
the
not
5.7s and the
again.
MP9's a bit of a lobby crunch. Find 2 kills with some
5.7.
5.7s.
Yeah, that's an AK-47 as well. Stanislaw can pass it over to Sonic or JBA. The choice is his. Who is he going to knight? Deep smoke.
Yeah, it's not just a man advantage, it's an upgrade in weaponry. And Sinners still have to retake lobby control. They have nothing. They're still wasting this time burning utility and actually giving away information in doing so that they're retaking lobby control. Because a wildcard can put themselves in a decent position. The issue is wildcard don't know whether any of the Sinners players got down to a secret or not.
So much to do, and he's just going to try and run away. Knows that he doesn't have the HP. Oh, looks away for the flash. Sonic trying to make it quickly to the top bomb site. I'm not sure why that's the case. They have full info that ramp is now being aggressed upon. But Sinners, they quickly slow down their pace. And the fact that still Stanislaw is holding the bottom bomb site, they feel a tad bit confident in their decision to perhaps be a bit more exploratory with their options. Man, I don't like this from Sinners. They're taking so much time to find anything. JBA's the bait, and Stanislaw is the slam dunk waiting, but JBA might not even need it if he can hit his shots. He's been good on the deagle, and he does it again. Zedko finds him. They know there's another player here. Headshot collector from Stanislaw, and it's a 1v3. Zedko on an island. 8 seconds looking for the final defender, but he has 2 more to get. Here's the audio cue. Sonic's around the corner with a pistol, and Zedko will be put down. How are Wildcard getting away with this?
Pistols, man. That was the opportunity for Sinners. They'd get themselves up into map point to steal Nuke away and take us to a third. Take us to the supposed coin flip of Dust 2. But the lobby crunch gives them 2 weapons. Sinners freeze, panic in the chaos, spend so long taking lobby control even, and then once they get to ramp, they then sit and wait. And there's just not enough time for them to hit that lower site to crack it open. They don't have the utility to clear out all these angles. He's playing on that lower side, good for 1, and oh my goodness, now it's Sinners who are the ones who are broken. Now it's Sinners who are on the force buy, who are buying up pistols and Kevlar. At the very least, they have a hero AK on Zedko. Setting themselves up for a bit of a topside pop here, going straight out towards Hut. JBA dancing on the site. Suddenly 2 openings come through. Wild spray from Stanislaw is only good for 1. A man advantage for Sinners, quickly swept away by the rotations coming in from Wildcard. The Susp and Sonic will clean up on that top site and get Wildcard onto map, match, and semi-final point.
Inches away from the finals, Wildcard. It's been a topsy-turvy road for them, often falling in positions that you wouldn't expect them to, but they have so far persevered on Nuke. And they're not willing to let this go. It's been an interesting way to get it done because of how many pistol rounds they've been able to best Sinners on. I think the count is like 4 now, and throw in the upset 1v4 as well. So many contingencies that have worked out for Wildcard, and now Sinners, they'll have to do the same if they want to stay alive in this tournament, if they want to have a chance to see map number 3. The doors of Dust 2 are looking to be closed very soon. And Sinners stick their hand in and Send the doors flying. Look at the spy. Nothing for Sinners. Tournament life. Relying on nothing but measly hand cannons. Here it comes. The storm approaches. Sosp is ready for it. He's got his raincoat, but he is still drenched. Sonic fighting back. He's there to collect another kill. Ramp still has some presence. Mariska opens up the A-bomb side. This can still go anywhere, but Fuzi is trying to keep this under check. Swerves around, finds Mariska and Shock. Stanislaw is getting everything done, and the IGL will be the one to top it all off. GGWP as we hit 2-0 for Wildcard, and Sinners are knocked out in the semifinals.
A sigh of relief there for Wildcard. I mean, how many rounds did they have to win where it was with Sinners are going to be kicking themselves, knowing not only was it a bit of a mistake picking Anubis, but also on Nuke, the amount of anti-ecos that slipped through their fingers that could have taken them to a third and deciding map. Such a sting for Sinners' debut, but Wildcard, kudos to them for fighting tooth and claw to get their way through to the grand final.
Man, it's been such an interesting show, right? I'm not sure if that scoreboard is right. That is definitely not right, because Fuzi did not have 22 kills there, okay? I will not be gaslighted.
That was the one from Anubis.
yeah, I was just gonna say. But yeah, really impressive showing from Wildcard. Especially because they're getting everything done on like pistols, things like that. But I will say, this kind of exposes some of their weaknesses as well. They weren't doing all that good on the gun rounds. They do pop off when it's needed, when they're up against the ropes. But this isn't exactly the way I would expect the tournament favorites to be closing it out in a 13-11 fashion against a team that has had a bit of a rocky road so far, that have had a refresh. You know, Wildcard are still sticking with the same roster, so they should have a major advantage, and I guess it wasn't convincing enough for me. Now we get to take a look at the real scoreboard, and
wow,
if you're Shock, oof.
I mean, just in general, it looks like Sinners were fragging out way harder than Wildcard were on that map. And I think it speaks volumes, the fact that, I mean, it looks pretty even with the exception of Shock going at the top of the, above and beyond, 27-16, finding multi-kill after multi-kill to drag Sinners into almost overtime.
I wanted to add that although I've been, perhaps withholding some credit from Wildcard by saying that so many of their rounds have just come off of like these, I wouldn't say lucky, but desperate pistol attempts.
Yeah.
Sinners have also had something working out really well for them. They had a man on 27 kills. If you can't play around that, if you can't drive the point home, then I guess it's all on you.
Yeah, it is. But that does conclude the semi-finals for today, as we do see Wildcard and 9 Pandas going to be going through to the grand final. Two of the probably the highest ranked teams in this event. And I think we do have to crown ourselves an MVP for this best of 3. Who do you think it is?
I mean, I wish I could give it to Shock, because Shock just did so well. Like, he tried everything. Perhaps it didn't yield an actual victory, but unfortunately, he was in fact the best performer on the server, at least in my eyes. You would have the camera on him every time you would. It would just be a highlight reel showing. Unfortunately, it's one of those highlight reels where someone gets 4 kills and then it mysteriously doesn't include the 5th kill because the player died. But yeah, it's unfortunate to see them go out this way. Sinners, I feel for Shock, but they just can't get it done. And now, we get to see Wildcard versus 9 Pandas tomorrow, so that's going to be a real fun one, huh, team?
Yeah, that's going to be an absolute barn burner, right? Well, yes, 9 Pandas are in a similar situation to Sinners, where they have 2 new additions. I think they're a team which is a much higher caliber. I mean, even just the individuals who have been added, the 2 newer additions for 9 Pandas, with the likes of Alv, some high fragging potential, high firepower, just across the board on 9 Pandas, going toe-to-toe with Wildcard, who, as mentioned, were without doubts the favourites to take this entire tournament. Now, without a doubt, the highest ranked team in attendance here, and we've got both of them going toe-to-toe in that grand final, so make sure to tune in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much at stake. There is so much at stake tomorrow, right? I mean, we're about to find out whether or not we're gonna have to tailor new crowns for pandas, or whether or not Wildcard are gonna be taking off the Jester's hat for a little while to put on a fresh gold crown as we look for a champion tomorrow. But of course, that action will be withheld for tomorrow. So if you want to see some action-packed Counter-Strike, we'll see you then.